electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature as electronics.
Welcome to Verizon VALORANT Game Changers. We've got a freaking good day for you here. It's Swiss round 7. You've got 2 matches, and they're all for qualifiers. There's a lot to be excited about today, man. Slicing. Imagine help is coming. Slicing, swinging wide into it. What? Slicing gets all 3.
Extremely clearly. And that was aggression.
This feels like they understand that. Not taking the dash into that. I like the idea, but the execution was not there. Not there at all. A flawless round. Get half face up even further.
Come back. The other one answers right back.
Managed to pull this off, which it doesn't look like. What?
Down here.
Yeah. Funny beat again. Utility in the judge. It doesn't matter. The value's found. And they get 2 without any real position for a trade. Footsteps heard. A cane spotted. And there the beautifully done Red Bull clutch from PRS.
Well, folks, have you missed us? Because we've certainly missed you. Welcome to Verizon VALORANT Game Changers main event. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dan, Dryad, and Goppers. And we are so excited to be back for our main event for Stage 1. We saw you during kickoff. We've seen you during the Swiss stage. Now we are here. We are back for the meat and potatoes of Game Changers. Dryad, I'm going to go to you first. We've been waiting for this one for a very long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time, especially because we had kickoff very early on in the year where WADA was able to crown themselves as the champions, but now we're going actually into the main event. So that's a very different story. Shopify Rebellion Gold is back in the game, and so you're very excited to see what is going to happen this event.
Gompers, I mean, yeah, we're back. We've been gone for a while. Shopify Rebellion Gold is back. WADA is back to maybe hold on to their crown for the 2nd time in a row. This is a Stage 1 worthy of, you know, the eons of greatness that we have seen from Game Changers moving forward.
No, I mean, eons of greatness, absolutely, just because I guess in terms of foreshadowing the teams that we're going to be seeing today, of course, 2 champions that have won, whether it be the kickoffs or just the main stage of Worlds. So when you think about it, there's so much to be looking forward to today.
Yes. And of course, we have teams that have qualified for this event, 8 teams that qualified today, and they will be shown on the screen. Now, we know you know some of them. You might not be familiar with some of them. Obviously, you know Shopify Rebellion Gold. You know WADA from last kickoff, making it happen. Aussie and Friends is someone to pay attention to, but also Ghost Gaming, Dan, is someone who has entered their return to Valorant after that, storied, John Cutie, Brock, a Proto roster. Their return to Valorant is in Game Changers, Dan.
It's really cool to see. We have a lot of teams that maybe you know the names of the organizations, like obviously Shopify Rebellion, we have FlyQuest as well, we have Ghost Gaming, but then for the teams that you haven't really heard of, just to give you some context for the biggest one you should be paying attention to, Catface, for example, that you see at the bottom right, they have players that have made it to that Game Changers Championship, right? So it's things that you need to keep your eyes on. Same with WADA that crowned themselves during kickoff, and then TV has Kaide. So I mean, there's so many things to look forward to.
I mean, of course, I know a lot of people are, here because they maybe know their favorite players or streamers or whatever it may be. But don't be mistaken. The people who have qualified for this event qualified because they played the best. And this is going to, I think, probably the most, in terms of polarity, the most parity, the most stacked GC we have had in a very long time, and all of these teams will be competing for some good old moolah, cash, money, which makes the kind of deal even sweeter. You know what I mean? I mean, we all love kind of, obviously Game Changers is more than just a prize pool, but hey, it sweetens the deal quite a bit. Oh, sorry, Mike, I just jumped and scared me. But our prize pool is for first a grand total of 24,000 That is, I can't explain to you. Like, I know that, like, you know, we have like, you know, like so many international tournaments or whatever it be that has like bigger prize pools. $24,000 is still so much money. And even going to second, 12,000. This entire prize pool is this. I don't. Maybe it's not life-changing money per se, but it could be, Gompers. But this is insane for a stage 1.
Dude, I would just like to say, listen, as the analyst, I need to do analysis right now. You can buy approximately 16,107 crunchy tacos from Taco Bell and 12,060 tacos, double stacked tacos
Gompers,
from Taco Bell combined. So
why did you make this calculation?
With that money, because, you know, mathematics, with that money, technically you could have a life-changing event happen to you.
I mean, you're not wrong. But in addition to the money that our folks in GC main event will be competing for, they will be competing for circuit points. Remember, this is all going to culminate in GCC, the Game Changers Championships, at the end of the year. So if you watched Kickoff, that was Kickoff. I want you to think of that as something that is completely separate. We have circuit points ready to go. You want to play for those. You want to make sure you are getting as many as you can so you can qualify to the Game Changers Championship. Obviously, first, sweet deal, right? 7 points. But second, 5. Well, then third, fourth. And I'm gonna throw this to you. There's not a lot of room for error with the circuit point system.
It's kind of the same way that it's always worked, right? You make it to stage 2, you win stage 2, you qualify because of that, because you get that first place, and then the rest is kind of depending on the points. And throughout the years, now for 3 years, I think that we've had this kind of format going on, you have the same teams that are number 1 and number 2, so it's either Shopify Rebellion or, you know, whatever it was, Cloud9 back in the day. And then you have a second seed that it was either going to be FlyQuest or, you know, that year that Shopify Rebellion actually didn't get that number 1 place. So you have those possibilities, but we always have those 1 and 2nd teams that are kind of fighting for those points, and you know that one is going to get that number 1 place, the other one is going to get 3 points.
Well, they have to go through our bracket to get there, and we're going to throw it up on the screen right now. We always talk about the strength of schedule within GC or any sort of esport kind of worldwide, and you can talk about strength of schedule. You can talk about that in literally any sport. Obviously, we're going to be showing you Shopify Rebellion and Meow today, but Gompers, I always talk about the pay of this, right? Like, or this stage, and we like Aussie and Friends CTV. That's a game I have an eye out for. Like, these are not easy games.
No, they're not. I mean, all of these teams had to compete within the closed qualifiers, open qualifiers, whether it be the first time or the second time that they made it here. They improved. They've played against a variety of different personalities, of different play styles. So, you know, this is technically what you'd consider the best of the best for stage 1. Absolutely. And you know, everyone here has a reason to be here. They're all competing for the first place win within this first stage, that 24,000 to buy their weirdly ridiculous amount of Taco Bell orders. And for me personally, I think this is like, it's as good as it gets, you know, for stage 1, especially with the variety of, you know, having Kaide come into the competitive scene and in terms of, you know, finally having the champs back in this stage 1 to see what are they going to do? Are they going to wreak havoc again, or is there going to be that potential change here?
And I apologize to those who are coming to see Kaide or their favorite players for my abysmal camera quality. I'm just so excited I couldn't set up my, you know, what are we going to do? You know, I can't show you how excited I am, clearly, with how pixeled I am, but thank you for your patience and understanding. I see you guys in chat being kind. But we have teams to talk about. Let's talk about, I'm sure many of you who you are here for, Shopify Rebellion Gold. This is a team, if you think Game Changers, you immediately think them, Dan. This is a team that if you are even like little bit familiar with Game Changers, you know who they are.
I think you don't, you know, you could just, which I know nobody has, but you could just not watch any Game Changers and still know about Shopify Rebellion. They are the goats of this scene. They are now 2-time champions, and they've gone throughout the years through some roster changes. They've made some changes here and there, but for the most part, they've stayed the same with the score of Mel and Alexis. And this year is very interesting because we've seen a lot of them, but they actually haven't played GC just yet because we're already in May. They've been kind of on the grind, playing challengers as well. They're the first Game Changers team in the whole world. They make it to challengers for the first time. Then they go through a little bit of promo relegation as well. They played some third-party tournaments like the Fun Haver, like a YFP Lockdown. So they've been doing so much, and that's what we've heard about them, I feel like, this year more than ever. But it's insane. This is actually their first GC of the year.
It's great too, because it's, you know, obviously GC champs as well, from obviously under a different title, but they're just not making history. They're kind of redefining it this time. Like you said, Dan, right? Going into challengers as that first all game changers roster is absolutely groundbreaking. And not only that, they've kind of welcomed a new coach alongside as well. If you guys don't know, Veer, who is just there to help fill in the gap for Effies and just make this transition flawless. So it's not only just a team that, yeah, okay, they're absolutely dominant, but now let's welcome in, you know, a brand new force that not only can help us kind of like allocate the responsibilities, but just give us a whole new perspective as well in terms of what we can do with our executions and with our site holds. So it's pretty interesting to see, and I'm excited to see exactly how that's going to play into their gameplay today.
And talking about that dominance, you use that word, Gompers. I'm going to highlight that word because in order to get to the main event, they have to go through our Swiss stage. And I believe they came out with a 4-0 record, one of them being a forfeit, but a very, very clean 4-0 record. I know I watched Partied on on Alexis's channel. But Dan, I'm going to throw it to you because this was easy peasy lemon squeezy for our folks on Shopify Rebellion Gold.
The only team this year that has been able to take a map away from them is WADA, or Kick of Champions, as we've been mentioning a few times. And also players that have taken maps and actually matches away from Shopify Rebellion Gold. But outside of that, as you're saying, very clean. They're the #1 seed for a reason. They're the champions of game changers in Berlin last year for a reason. And it should stay that way. The expectation for Shopify Rebellion Gold, especially with all the experience that they've gotten this year, is that they're still going to be the #1.
I mean, it's quite simple, like you said. Like, they are our reigning Grand Champions. I believe that Grand Champions final looked pretty easy for them. Looked pretty, like, it was like another walk in the park. But they didn't have Dodonut with them this time. And then Dodonut is someone who is just so, you watch Dodonut play. And if you haven't watched Dodonut play, and this is your first time watching Dodonut play, you're in for a treat. Because Donut, I think there's that clip from the Oxy, Dodonut is insane. That line from the Spotlight series in the off-season tournament, and I want you to remember that when you're watching Dodonut play today, because we're gonna throw up some of her stats and what she does, because she is just such a blessing to watch play. Truly, like, quintessential, her iconic Yoru Dan. She is such a treat to watch.
I love Dodonut, and I've loved her throughout the years, but now in this team, it just makes me so happy. It feels like she was always getting that second place because Shopify Rebellion was always beating her, but she was and is one of the best duelists that we have. I would say the best. I mean, she was the best in the Swiss stage, that's for sure. So I am excited because, as we mentioned, this is the first game changers that we're going to have this year, and we've seen a lot of Dodo this year because she's been playing with the squad for quite some time, ever since we had that roster change. So it's a Dodo that is going to come in, play the duelist, and be so incredibly flexible. I remember her in the past couple years. I used to think of her as the Raze player, the Raze GOAT. And now you see her playing a lot of different agents as well, playing a lot of the Yoru, kind of adapting to kind of what the meta is looking at right now. And this is the first main event that she's playing with the team.
And I want to add on to your point too. It's not just, you know, playing under Shopify Rebellion where we've seen this side of Dodonut either. It's under different titles as well, right? Being, like you said, the Raze god, just being able to top frag in every corner and be that big reliable player. And I think that's exactly why we've seen the Donut be picked up by Shopify. And it just was a matter of time.
And of course, Shopify Rebellion Gold will be facing Catface. Let's be very, very clear. It is Catface. We see Meow, we see the :3. We will be calling them Catface. These are some iconic photos on here with meeting this roster. Of course, in like GC, kind of old school, you see Animal, Luna Fox. But Dan, this roster is someone, if you maybe you are not paying attention to GC, you might not know these folks versus like Shopify Rebellion Gold. But these are absolutely folks you want to keep your eye on in the scene.
Yeah, it's a few names that we kind of know for the years. As you mentioned, Lunafix, for example, I still remember playing for his Misfits back in the day. And Slicey, I'm super excited about. Now that we're going to talk about her just in a minute, but she's actually coming from EMEA, now playing in NA. And the rest of the roster you've kind of seen in a few Game Changers teams here and there. But this is their best chance that they have to shine and see how far they can get, especially with this first opening match.
I definitely think something that we want to like highlight with these folks is kind of like there's you know like an old and the new, and you might not know, and you might know a little bit, but don't worry guys, we have a video from them that we're gonna play for you that you see the team.
I'm Sin, and I play for Catface, and I'm the initiator player.
I'm Lunafox. I play for Catface, and I am the IGL and second initiator / Fox. The start of our roster, we have Animal. She's our Senti. She locks down sites like nobody else in the entire league. Following her, we have Sin. She's our info initiator and secondary initiator. She just pops off at any given moment and makes rounds so winnable even when they're on the brink of a loss. Then we have Icy, our star duelist player, collegiate turned GC player who just fries anybody, will out-aim you no matter who you are. And then rounding it out, we have Slicey, who is our smokes and our co-IGL.
Our funniest player.
Our funniest player, our funniest French player. The French Queen.
And for me, it's actually a funny story. I took a break from competing because I was doing school, and I randomly queued into Annie and ranked. I've actually never talked to her before. She sent me a friend request and asked me if I wanted to join their pug team, and I was like, okay, well, I'm less busy these days, let me try this out. And I ended up in this amazing team, and we're just dominating now. So I'm just happy to be here.
I think for us, when we went against WADA and we're actually able to surprise a lot of teams, I know a lot of people didn't have us even going to map 3 against them. That match really showed that we can bring it to any team that we face.
Yeah, I really feel like taking a map off a lot of the higher seed teams was definitely very good for us. I know a lot of people didn't believe in us, and although we didn't end up winning those matches, we made it really close, and I think we definitely made them nervous, and I think we were able to prove a lot of our potential, especially as a team that never practices at all. We actually only do warm-up scrims, so yeah, I think it was a good showing from us. My dream for the movie title would be something like Underdogs to Heroes, like the star character. I'm gonna have to say Slicey, like she's the funniest one. I think she has the most passion, the most energy, and she will lead us to victory.
She gives us the most main character energy out of everybody on the roster, without a doubt. I think new fans should root for us because we kind of just have the most personality as a team, and you know, as our team name suggests.
Exactly. The
we
best
just like
team
to have
name.
fun. Best team name, best personalities.
Yeah, and I think we're the underdogs in this tournament, like lowest seed, but I think we have the most potential also. Like, don't count us out on this tournament, I think.
I'd say we're not here to play safe. We're here to surprise a lot of people with how aggressive we can be.
Don't underestimate the cat.
Don't underestimate the cat. Yeah. Shout out to our whole team for sticking through it since basically kickoff. And then, you know, also shout out to everybody who spams :3 in the VLR threads and cheers us on, and spams :3 in the Twitch chats as well. That stuff keeps us going.
Yeah, that really makes my day after watching the game. Yeah.
You know, when you see a team, you know they just have the best time competing, the best time playing, like truly finding that joy in Valorant and GC. I feel like Catface absolutely embodies that, and this competing means like so much to them, Gompers.
And no, it absolutely does. And like they kind of said, you know, they've brought together this family that could compete for whatever reason. But what I do want to talk about actually is Ice's tweet that really did catch my attention. It's cool because this is more like a family for this group, and you can kind of get that feel from the video alone, right? So the vibes on this team are unlike anything I've experienced before. I feel like I can truly be myself both as a player and a person, and maybe we can have have our first day of practice. Who knows? That really was like shocker. What do you mean you made it to a GC main event and didn't scrim? So that was pretty cool to realize. But you know, it's not just about that, right? They do that offline prep work in terms of VOD review, right? Valo plant research, mental fortitude. That's what they focus on backstage. And yes, it's worked out so far, but it's mostly just that mental fortitude that they have with the team of, you know, having these good vibes and being able to just feel like a family. And it's very evident in the way they talk about each other, especially in that video. It's kind of heartwarming, to be honest.
I mean, that's like, I think I know Brendan said this too as a joke, kind of joking to Slandy, another GC player, but he said something to Slandy that resonated with me. And he said, have fun. You don't know how long you'll be able to do this. And it is so important to think about that, and so important to think about, you know, we don't know what's coming. We don't know how competitive things are going to work out. We don't know how this is all going to work out. But just to have fun and enjoy it while you are here. And even if you are doing insane things like Icy is doing, we have their stats coming up here. Icy, I'm going to ask you, Dan, I would just throw it to you, Dan. Also, that selfie, iconic, Icy, I love it. But their stats are something that, again, people might be meeting our GC players in cafes for the first time, but Icy is someone we want our audience to keep an eye on.
Icy has been really cool to see, especially when it came to the Swiss stage. I think it's just one of those players that I don't recognize the name of right away, right? And the more that I was watching, the more impressed that I was. I think it's rare to see these day and age Jet player that is as insane as Icy has been. I think it's really cool how they are. You see the maps where they have been looking the best is the maps where Icy is able to play this Jet, and it's really impressive. I think she's also able to play a few other things here and there, but if we go into those maps like Ascent, like Icebox, where she's able to play the Jet, it could be a very close duel between her and Dodo.
No, it's really cool too because like Dan had brought up, she can play a few other things, but it's the whole team that is so absolutely flexible with their roles and just able to fill in whatever. They have so much history within Game Changers where everyone has at least played something else throughout their entirety of their time, and they're very comfortable doing it, and they've done it before on this team. So, you know, even if Icy isn't playing the Jet, which she is so very well prepped up for with the double initiator setup, they're also okay playing the controller. They're also okay playing the Sentinel.
Well, folks, we have our maps heading into Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Catface. We want you to remind you that Catface says, you know, they may have come in as the lowest seed, but keep an eye out for them, root for them. They obviously, the team, the personality, obviously every team has personality, but going into our game against them, we're heading into Ascent, Lotus, and Pearl. I feel like I've seen so much Pearl from Shopify Rebellion Gold, and it's not maybe the best map for them. But they decided to ban Icebox and Haven, Dan. So heading into Lotus, Ascent, and Pearl, starting on Ascent. What are your thoughts on this, Dan?
I actually really like this, especially for the map of Ascent. I just mentioned that for Icy, what I wanted to see is those maps where she's able to play that Jet. I feel like on Ascent, as we've seen before, as she was on the Swiss stage, this is one of those maps where she's going to be able to do that. And another thing that I feel like adds to it is that we are playing on the Tejo nerves. So a lot of the compositions that we saw on the Swiss stage have changed. And now you're going into a map of Ascent where compositions are not really going to change as much compared to what we saw before, right? So it should be Dodo on the Yoru. But I mean, we can kind of expect anything here.
I do think, you know, this is like, I think we talk about that Dota Yoru. We mentioned it earlier. Obviously, she was known for the Rays, but that Yoru that we're seeing played a lot on Ascent, I think also could go really well against that Icy Jet that you were talking about earlier, Dan. But also, Gompers, I want to ask you what you're thinking about these maps as well.
No, yeah, I actually like the map selection. One thing I'm interested in, though, too, is like we talked a bit about the fluidity of this team. I think that can honestly, obviously, they're kind of stepping into the lion's den playing against Shopify Rebellion Gold for their first like main event game to play. But for me personally, I think what sets them apart as everyone else is they are that wild card team that is a bit unpredictable in terms of who's going to play, what are they going to play. You know, are they going to have Icy playing into that Jet role, or is there going to be another perspective? So for me, that I think that makes the difference. And I think despite whatever map we have, you really don't know what you're getting coming into it. So that might kind of offset Shopify Rebellion Gold a bit.
I think Ascent's always a great place to start for a first map. I know people think it's the most boring map. People think it's, you know, whatever it may be, kind of like the prototype, whatever map. I think Ascent is a great litmus test for teams. If you want to you know, there's a classic tried and true Valorant, the way you want to play Ascent, and it is an awesome test for these teams, but also a great test to see if they want to, you know, come up with some ingenuity, do something different, do something fun. You know, we were talking about they're probably going to stay with similar agent comps, but Ascent is the place to go to be if you want to do something a little fun, a little bit more exciting. But again, I think also going into Lotus and going into Pearl, we have these maps that you're asking these teams to make sure they have control, make sure they do a great job with their map control. But again, like I said, we will be heading to Ascent first, and we do have Agent Select ready for you in chat. You know, you've been very, very patient. Thank you so much for your patience. We know you want to see your GC players play, but we do have Agent Select ready. And again, we said that we may be expecting a Yoru, a Jet, whatever it may be, heading into Ascent. It could be the same, it could not be. And again, we see that, again, the Yoru and the Jet, Dan, right away, things are shaping up to be somewhat similar, but I do see a Cypher and a Deadlock on Shopify.
Yeah, so this is actually what they've been playing, and I found it super interesting because we don't often see Alexis out of that initiator role, but they are playing this double sentinel for Shopify Rebellion that I think is going to work out great on this defensive side that they're starting on. It's a composition that you want to play when you're going on the defense first. It's going to give you that extra confidence. Of course, I think in all the way in VCT, we talked a lot about early on what Cloud9 was doing here with this double sentinel, how effective it can be. And I know the Shopify Rebellion, they are watching other teams. They're trying to improve. They're doing these little things that where they're keeping the composition the same as they were doing on the Swiss stage, but you can expect a lot more things to be added to that. On top of that, you have Sarah that is back on the Sova that we remember from her so well back last year when they were playing that championship. So it just roles that fit everybody really well. And on top of that, you have an Alexis and a Deadlock that I think is so exciting.
Yeah, and Luna talking a bit about actually, you know, the fact that Animal is so good at keeping the sites under lock. I'm hoping that is like going to come into fruition today, just because Shopify Rebellion very, very, I guess, just aggravating to play against with the donut on that Yoru. So having that pivotal player that can keep the B site under lock while, you know, everyone else is pretty much fighting through mid, I think that's going to be that force that keeps Catface alive. Not only that, but then also seeing the setups that we got to see from Slicey onto Ice, right? Like there's so much preparation that I feel like they've done in terms of strats for Catface that I'm really excited to see. And more so, like it really does need to be strong, need to hit the mark.
Something that I'm very excited about is that, yeah, we talked about the side of Shopify, but on the other side of Catface, they do have a very experienced player in Slicey that was actually the champion of EMEA back in 2021 and has been fighting in that scene for quite some time. So if you are looking at a player to have that experience to push them to the finish line, it has to be Slicey.
Well, folks, I have a blurry camera, and we have a game ready for you. So I'm going to send over to our casters who are the best of the best. It is Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi. Friends, take it away.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I said I was stuck with this guy. I didn't mean literally. Help me. I'm locked in
you're
here.
in a jail now? What are you talking about? We're having a good time.
It does kind of look like jail here, I'm not gonna lie, but we're actually live here in Dallas in the same room, which is cool. I don't think we get to do this too often, but hey, we got an exciting first match, so we got like the LAN vibes going on.
Exactly. So we're doing like a similar thing, but this is definitely going to be a great matchup to kick things off here in the top 8 of Game Changers in North America. You're looking at two teams where Shopify Rebellion Gold continues to be the team that you have to beat. But Catface, I feel that they've done a pretty decent job looking at the veto. Because if you look at Shopify Rebellion, yes, as much as we praise this double sentinel composition that they're playing here on this map, they haven't had the best results yet here against any teams going from Game Changers to even Challengers when they're playing. They haven't played that many times throughout this year of 2025. So maybe you need a little bit more of that rep here on Alexis on this Deadlock. But overall, this gives a big chance for somebody like Catface playing the default comp to get a great start in this series.
Okay, well, Catface, I think the C stands for Cope, and here's mine. They had a really difficult schedule going into Swiss, like FlyQuest, WADA, Aussie, and Friends. I consider them in the big four, and I think they're very competitive. They're taking maps from people, and I think there's a lot of experience here, but also some rookies. Like I look at someone like Sin, who's shown a lot of time on Clove and Sova, but mainly those two agents. And that's why I think Ascent is a good litmus test, as the desk said, because super strong for Sova, and it's a very standard map that everyone knows, and then you can spend a lot of time on this map.
The great point that you bring is the comfort picks. So you have Icy that's going to be able to play this Jet And then in the series where you have a great opportunity to kick things off on a set with the Jet, Lotus a little bit less, and then Sin gets to play the Silva. So let's see what's going to happen if Catface could actually get a great start and the upset to kick things off here against SRG. So all of them are kind of like focused to work very quickly towards this A side. Animal's going to try to watch this push towards middle and is going to activate a super late lurk once we get into this A site for Catface.
Yeah, I've been excited. I wanted to watch Icy because Catface have gone through quite a few duelists, and ever since Icy's been on the lineup, they've been explosive. And look at that. They're instantly on the site. They've instantly planned. They have 2 in main. But look at this wraparound. SRG are going through Catwalk. And, well, Catface may have to watch that flank. And I'm looking at Animal to do exactly that. But SRG are converging from many sides. Slicey will be at the front door. The Guardian to stop this from happening. It's the first pistol. It's important to set the tone. And SRG poke through. Dodonut with first blood. And look, there's a lot of damage going into SRG. So they're being careful one step at a time, though. And you're putting a small dent into SRG, and Luna Fox holds the line and converges with also Animal. And Noya drops as well? Wow, Catface took the pistol.
Dude, if anything, Luna Fox and Animal both, I'd like to think, kind of like stepping up to a plate with the veterancy that they currently have in GC. The fact here that you had a beautiful refund coming back from Shotfire Rebellion Gold back through the smoke. They went for the 3-2-1. Perfect trades coming through. Even smokes you're seeing that prevents a drop down. And then Luna Fox gets a perfect angle to drop 3 at once. Kind of baits her teammates in a good way because it allows for her to get close range battles with the classics. And then Animal does the perfect cosplay of Meteor on this site. Gen G Sentinel Killjoy with a Sheriff and opens things up and gives Catface the pistol. SRG now for this round are looking for the trap play. The first contact is going to be or on the Deadlock or on the Silva, but the knife is going to spot all 4 of them. So a great knife being thrown by Luna Fox. Again, it's the veterancy, understanding how full pivot towards the A site, and Noya has to try to slow things down.
And Slicey just stuck with the Sheriff. I guess it's more of a long-term project for them. And now going towards Tree. First blood there for Icy. The hero Vandal, the hero for the team. And a ping. Shots through the wall. And it's SRG that just have not been able to dwindle these forces. SRG getting kind of humbled. But that is, of course, the anti-eco. But to come out this clean, to have this many rifles going into your bonus, says a lot.
That's huge. And you're going to be able to convert this into your 3rd round. So for Catface, again, just to reiterate what happened at the beginning of this round. For Shotfire Rebellion Gold's position, you're just trying to go for the perfect trap play. So for the contact being most likely at that point now Sarah, as soon as she gets spotted, it was going to be a net coming out from Alexis, shock darts, paranoia, and a flood right after with the 4-player crunch. But the 6th sense coming out from the initiators, that's what's important. What's the advantage of playing the double initiator, the bench comp here on this map, is you're able to get a lot of good early information. So Luna Fox on this KO might be a pain point on how SRG, who doesn't have a KO that usually Alexis plays on this map, might deprive them from being able to get the perfect reads here for SRG on defense.
Well, 2 Sentinels, you got 2 sites, and SRG had to adapt. They've moved things around, but also Catface have moved sites coming through the market, and they just get hosed down. By the time we figured out the game plan, it's already been squashed by SRG.
Huge shutdown coming out from SRG. Just the over-aggression out towards the front of the B site, as well as the passive plays to just have Catface flood back in. Missing a little bit of extra utility going into the A site to really blind those players towards that staircase in the switch here. And you saw how easy it was for those players to just crossfire set up for SRG and not even lose a player in the process because they were just on point with the aim. And seems like they caught a lot of players overall here against Catface so far. So a great way to answer back when you've lost a pistol when it should have been basically a pistol and potentially even a 2-0 that should have been in favor of SRG from the start. Because remember here, Lemon Kiwi, the pistol round, it was after the flood retake a 4 versus 2 that ended up being a conversion back for Catface. So hero plays coming out from the side of the attack as the underdog team is something nice to see, and it will definitely help you build that confidence moving forward against such a prestigious team as Shotfire Rebellion Gold.
And I'm glad you brought up that confidence because that's exactly what Catface are leading with.
Yeah.
It's kind of incredible to see that they're not really working the map. They're not kind of scouting around mid. It's, we're going to hit the A site. We're all running in, immediately playing within 5 seconds. Same thing with Market, although it didn't work out for them. So for them to not be intimidated against the players of SRG, which we were kind of laughing that Sin has her her banner on Twitter is like Mel liking her tweet. So imagine, you know, going up against your heroes. Don't meet your heroes. Don't beat them in Valorant because they're going to be upset with you. But
exactly.
it's a nice lead to have right now.
With the amount of respect that you're giving to, you know, players like Mel, but also playing with the confidence to disrespect your opponents in the server is that confidence that you definitely need here as a team that plays with nothing to lose for the side of Catface. It's just, hey, we have an opportunity to play the best of the best in Game Changers. Let's just have fun with it and see what can come out of this, especially when you have a second life. This is double elimination going into the main stage, so Catface has a perfect opportunity here to really just test themselves here in the top 8. So that said, waiting for the wall to break down and looking for the exit here towards the tree, but all of this to try to push a rotate so that Icy could try to catch a pick, and if they do, this is a full rotate back from Catface to beat.
Yeah, this is kind of a stalemate. The pawns are in place. SRG had their one-way smoke with Mel. Now sensing something's going on in tree. Catface are approaching. They didn't get hit by the initial paranoia there of Mel, but there is a crossfire there with Alexis. So Catface are going to do a lot of exploring. And look at how deep this Icy Jet is. And Ice Cold taking out Noya. You're going to make this SRG backline panic. And that's the opening that Catface find to bring the spike towards me.
Just beautiful inserts. A great default, inserting players. As we mentioned before, not only Icy, it was a double pump. Breaking out the camera, selling out that fake towards tree, and then pivoting back towards B to catch once again the second phase to rotate back from Shopify Rebellion Gold. And you saw here on the side of the defense, they were just falling one by one with no opportunities to trade because they were caught off these rotates. So the retake though is being attempted. Donut's actually pushing out, full flash out to Icy. If they get this pick right away, there's a chance.
Oh jeez, it's all about timing between Lunafox and Slicey, and whether you want to use that null command while smoked off though. Slicey has to make one decision. But Mel is on the cutoff, and it's easy pickings for SRG. 1v1, Lunafox hiding, playing time, playing life. Mel knows only one spot, but it's Lunafox that strikes first.
Beautiful lurk by Slicey. And that's going to be the pain point as well for Shopify Rebellion Gold. You're playing against a bench comp, and you're seeing so many different lurk inserts. So you start from the very beginning from Icy being the lurk player, then you have Animal that's lurking towards the tree, but then you have the last lurk that's the flanker from Slicey. So now you can't really go into a protocol of like, hey, this is how it works. If there's going to be this happening so far on a map with this composition, just think about your late lurk being the KJ. No, that's not going to happen. The great IGLing coming out from Catface is just making sure that they're taking control of that space, not even worrying about what agents they're currently playing. Now you're playing the bases, the fundamentals of tactical FPS, and you're just understanding that your gun's going to shoot better in these moments, and they're able to have another nice hero player, hold here out on that 2 versus 2 from Catface against SRG.
And Lunafox, she is doing incredibly well. 6-1 start as the most flexible initiator on the team. I was looking towards her to be such an important player of what agent she was going to pick. And KO, one of the ones she has most experience in, and starting with Ascent, I think it's a beautiful combo for her and Sin. And they've gotten a lot of success at A, but this time there's multiple Sentinel util, or actually the Cypher now on this side, but the Deadlock is there too.
Placing swamp grenade.
Now the null command is activated. It's going to be shutting down the site, but Mel's going to hold down Glass and Tree and hope to cut them off. And there is Catface getting pinged, but they can't hesitate. They are getting cut off, but it's still entries for the Duelists and the rest of Catface, who now smoke off Heaven, have their bases loaded, and they're ready to plant.
Small mistake coming out there. Somebody had to break that dart on side of SRG to try to keep Alexis alive inside that site. This retake is going to be so hard now for SRG.
Oh, not if you got President Noya, and she throws the hat out too, equalizes a huge information advantage, but didn't wait for the ping. Still waiting for that, but they're just going to be taking it out very soon, and Noya just didn't get enough support. A little too antsy from the SRG side.
And the game plan before you start things off for Shopify Rebellion Gold on the defense was correct. That protocol, understanding that you're playing against a KO ult. So they played actually the Cypher, Noya, all the way back towards that B site. Camera's still on A. Her trips are still on the A site. So you are actually playing counter KO ult. But because you didn't break that dart inside that site and Alexis got pinged out, she can't play like a secret spot or try to go for trap kills when people are running through the trips. She's actually the one that's just having to use utility to try to escape instead, and you kind of just miss the timing with Noya's utility. That has to be called out now from the B side over on to the A side. So it was just a nice flood towards the end of Catface as soon as they spot that information to not be afraid of that Cypher utility and just make sure that they play the numbers advantage when you're playing this 4 versus 2, so or at least a 5 versus 1 on the execution. So very, very nicely done. And look at that, you're already forcing out the timeout from Shopify Rebellion Gold. This is being called up by Effie's here, and also having support from Veer recently joining in here from, you know, ex-coaching of of the Funhavers and also Prosperity Esports that qualified from Premier into Challenger. So somebody as an assistant coach that does have a lot of good experiences, but now is definitely tested at this point. You're playing with your assistant coaching for the favorite team out of GCC, but you are proving that or going against certain challenges against almost a pug here, as Sid was mentioning before the game.
Yeah, it's cool that a lot of people in the Catface team just have friendships for a long time. Speaking about like Animal and the rest of the squad, how long they've really been able to build up that chemistry and kind of replacing pieces here and there. Now ending up with Icy as their duelist. Got Knives, they got a 3-2 split, and I think SRG needed that timeout to figure out how they can get more mileage out of this double Sentinel, which placing that barrier early, you want the heads up, you want a bit of delay, and SRG usually get pushed and pressured through market, so that's why there's a lot of attention from Sarah towards mid along with Dodonut.
You're absolutely right. Actually, when you're looking at this type of composition and this matchup, it's almost looking back at like Turtle Troop days of 2024 when, you know, Stellar brought out this composition in the first place with the Jet. The difference is at this point, other teams right now in the VCTs in 2025 with Cloud9, for example, playing double Sentinels, they just have to make sure that they're leveraging, you know, a little bit more of that space outside of the utility. So I think after this timeout for SRG, and when they're gonna have the weapons correct, just have to be less afraid and not give up too much space.
Mal has a Bucky, and she just heard them sprinting through mid. She's gonna take one down with her, combined with Donut, crunching down Catface on their plan B, and the spike is down. Hunter's Fury Animal. He can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Hunter's Fury, but not this time. A huge thrifty out of SRG, and this started because of Sarah's first blood through B main, forcing Catface to pivot.
That is the biggest thing, because at that point, you were still seeing here from the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold that they were still playing quite passively on the extremities of the site and allowing here Catface to really get into these sites. But after winning that duel and scaring Catface away, they rotate over into a forward position of a Bucky, which is very dangerous to play with on this map. You've seen players in Challengers, Sadak here over the VCTs with a Judge, playing these positions on tree that could be very deadly and detrimental. And that said, we're going into the round now that SRG has money to work with. And you're seeing that they are adding a little bit more pressure, more towards middle this time around.
Oh, what is Dodonut cooking here? Has the Outlaw and even the Dimensional Drift, and Catface going to be pushing through tree, abandoned by Mel. They're going to let Catface walk in, but it could be a flank, especially with Sheriff so desperate to play at a Catface, and they're just going to rely on their synergy to break through the forces, but not this time. Yet another first blood goes Sarah's way, and they're downloading Catfaces, trying to surround them as well. Now heading into the site, yet more picks come out SRG's way, playing that ranged battle. That's going to be the advantage. The defense has to work with a 2-for-1, make it 3 for Slicey. Not enough, but denying a lot of weapons by SRG with Sheriffs is still impressive.
Yeah, the GC Sheriffs once again, and bringing it from EMEA over here. So ex-guild member going into North America, and then also showing that the GC Sheriff is still as good and prominent here in North America. That said, though, the fact here that you're seeing that Meow had a pretty decent lead, but losing that one round actually broke their economy, shows that these fights have been quite close between both of these teams towards the end. So you have to clean up those funnies a little bit more and making sure that you're swinging off each other for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. And they're demonstrating that finally here on that previous map, but in the last 2 rounds rather. And now, though, the first time that we're pulling out an off on the attack side for Icy, looking to fight toe-to-toe against Donut, who once again continues to take this mid control. So as you're adding like this utility on the extremities, but you also don't want to be too passive, you're starting at least to use the operator for some ground control and potentially that first contact to get that information of where their opponents could be moving here on the defense.
Yeah, the deadlock util keeps changing. Now this time the barrier in tree and the Sonics within the site and Donut loud and proud with the op. And this is something they've been confident in how they're approaching market, hence why they don't need to put single util there. They don't need to drone there. They believe in Donut and to believe in the follow-up of Sarah, who's gotten multiple first bloods, a bunch of rounds in a row, and it's SRG with a chance to maybe come back in this game. But no command now activated. The spike is heading over to A. And Catface need to kind of sync up. There's sort of a lurk and a lot of attention being brought for Animal's way, but SRG are not going to fall for it. All the action's over at A. Paranoia comes out of Catface. Melville comes through the back. And not this time being in heaven, but in hell, something Catface did not expect. And Sarah continues to let it rain, and Animal's the last one left, and she has to save.
That is such a beautiful round by the IGL of Shop for Rebellion Gold. So yeah, Meow, even though they lost a player early in the round, they had perfect positioning here, and we're just trying to sell this fake towards this B site with that lockdown. What Mel does is that not only usually when you're hearing like a big push, the Omen usually TPs all the way back towards that B site to help support the double anchoring into B. But instead, she TPs into B main and realizes that there's nobody there, calls it out for the team. This is a whole fake. You got the instant contact towards tree. This guarantees now the push out from Catface towards the A site. She TPs even out to safety to avoid the paranoia from generating to hell, and then slows the tempo well enough here for the rest of SR Gold to come back into the A site and just win the round. That was very, very nice for the side of Shop for Rebellion Gold. And you're already seeing here, it breaks the economy once again on the side of Catface. You're going to have to go potentially with some sort of a half buy. You can't even have a Blade Storm to work with. Maybe Animal's going to try to maybe resell this Phantom. They could go for a Stinger buy and maybe leverage something here with the Hunter's Fury if they're able to, you know, find some early information where with the double initiator util.
And ever since the SRG timeout, they haven't lost a round. 3 in a row. They set themselves up for long-term success. They didn't have to rebuy the ops, so Catface have a lot of problems to address. What ultimates SRG have, and where is this op going to sit, and how are we going to scout for that? So Sin has such an important role, buying a drone, the recons. Sometimes that doesn't always get shot by SRG. That's a weakness, stuff like that. But maybe avoiding mid is going to be a thing unless Meow just want to run at Dodonut. If all 5 of you run after her, maybe the op can't shoot you all. I don't know. Yeah. But a Catface also have to scout where the Sentinel util has been and where Mel is going to reposition, because Mel usually sits in tree, then she went into hell, then she stood at the back. So there's a lot to adapt to.
I totally forgot. Animal actually saved her weapon from the previous round, so she's going to keep this Phantom, of course, and you're just buying sheriffs across the board just to make sure that you have a cleaner buy going into the next. So I'm surprised, though, that she's still going to be the one working with this Phantom and may not give it to Icy to be the tip of the spear and open things up. But at least she's moving with the rest of their team so that they could try to go for the instant trade.
So recons, Owl Drone, and KO Knife invested. They did not ping where Dodonut is. They don't know where the op is, and they're going to just have to, out of sight, out of mind type of thing. And Catface just going to send the whole squad through market just to see where is Sarah, where is Dodonut. They've left the spike behind. There's also some searching, some prodding from Slicey through main. Not seeing that one-way smoke from Mel. They're trying to figure out where she is as well. So Catface are trying to get as much attention as possible. Now shooting down the barriers. Okay, the deadlock could be on this side of the map. You're getting used to that. Can they get a gunfight? Can Catface get a first blood, which will inspire them towards the site? But now there's annihilation from Alexis. Hearing that her barrier got shot, she wants to pull whoever did that right back in. Sarah yet with another first blood. It is traded. Catface are knocking at the door of B. They're going to send a Paranoia through. And Noya has an important cutoff point. And 1 and 2, and that could be the end. But Slicey, she is disgusting with that Sheriff, and it is not over yet. 3 versus 2. 12 seconds left to plant, and a shotgun that's deadly in that back room. SRG are still on a streak.
Yeah, even though Alexis pulled out the annihilation super early, it was still enough to make the scare for Catface to rotate back towards that B site. Fortunately, those shots you saw, Icy had first contact, just couldn't win that fight. That could have been a pivotal kill that would allow here Catface to really get a perfect flood, a cleaner flood back into the B site. But losing those players one by one on a smaller eco that you have here on the side of the attack, it just rendered it a lot more difficult for them to enter towards B side towards the end. So from small shots that didn't happen on the side of Catface was heavily taken advantage of here for Cup for Rebellion Gold. Just stop the anti-eco. Now you have money to work with. Lunafox goes once again with this KO ult as she picks up the orb. That said, though, same thing for Shop for Rebellion Gold. The same setup as before. You're playing anti-KO utility. And you're leveraging Donut to get that first pick with the op is quite nice. But no matter where they're going to ult, you're going to have Deadlock utility that's going to stall towards B, or Cypher utility that's going to stop towards A site. So with this player advantage, Shop for Rebellion Gold actually have a very strong point and a strong hold on this map of defense, especially when Donut's going to stay alive with this op.
Nice, he's taking a big risk here. Donut is going to be here with the the tip of the spear. Now cut down. There's nothing sharp now about Catface, especially losing two huge players. They went for the orb to set up this null command. Their backup plan is the Hunter's Fury, turning around a 3 versus 5 against the GCNA champs. That is a difficult task for Catface to do. Now just spraying through smoke, hoping that SRG are going to be overconfident, maybe peek into their sight lines, but SRG are just going to hold their ground.
30 seconds left.
It was going to be difficult when already the first player that you lost was, you know, your key component to try to get the entrance towards that site with the KO ult from Lunafox. So losing her was already a pain, and then you had Icy that had a perfect scale up towards middle. They actually saw that tip of the barrel from the off of Donut, yet Donut, as she gets fired across through the wall, answers back with her own bullet to the wall, and it lands right in the dome of Icy. So that would force that save attempt from Catface, which turns out pretty decent here for Animal. She will be able to stay alive, and they'll keep 3 weapons into the next round, and still... Oh! Okay, never mind. Never mind. I'm not sure when we re-peeked back towards B main, they should have just stayed behind and making sure their first contact was going to be Sin and not Animal re-peeking back towards B main. But I was about to mention, it would have been so good if we had 3 rifles still with that big KO to work with. Now this might be a lower buy if they want to try to gamble it around these ults that they have. Yeah,
I kind of agree with Catface. If I'm double swinging an Odin, I would expect to trade that, not get double killed by an Odin.
Well,
but Sarah's on fire today, I'm not going to lie. So.
That's why I said first contact should have been Sin and not Animal going for the wide swing from the beginning, because you can't get that instant trade out from Sin. But here's some action right away.
And now that Op is going to be sitting over at A, trips to the front door. That could be what distracts Catface and leaves an opening for Donut. But this flank is something Catface like to do every once in a while, but usually expending more members to put that pressure on. I failed to make it. Mel with a beautiful 3K. Make it 4. And this is a win streak. That is going to be tough to break if you're Catface.
The IGL steps up again, just understanding where the splits are coming from Catface. And I think her realizing that there would potentially be somebody towards that window was because of those rounds where Catface had, what, 4 players rushing up the window when they're trying to split towards the A site. So they're not doing the traditional, let's go through the main door, let's go through the main site. They want to try to flank even for the top of heaven. So Mel gets ready for that, gets that pick. Paranoia hits 3 people, allowing also the Cypher Cage to protect Alexis towards that site. And such a nice hold towards the end. So as it looked like a very strong start for Catface at the very beginning, this turns out to be a very standard scoreline on a map like Ascent.
Okay, the Jen has to dash in. The rest have to deal with the Sonic Sensor, and that judge is going to hurt. And you found Mel, who's been sitting more on the low ground. He's not going to be able to escape, and you're waiting for that support from Alexis, but then she got smoked off, and the door is closed. So SRG are going to have to try and turn around a 4 versus 5. What a shock pull from Sarah. While Animal was low, the play will still go through. That's why it's time for a response for SRG. And here's the Huntress Fury that Sarah's built up, and she's got an Odin too. Catface just don't have the space or the peace of mind to get anything accomplished. But it is a 3 versus 3. Catface now have to fight this tooth and nail. The objective is probably not going to be safe. There's the ping. Sarah has information. She has the Odin. She's got also Catface low. There is a plan because Sarah's trying to use some shock bolts, but this flank from Donut is huge. Catface have their attention split. And what does Sin do in this moment? She tries to isolate the 1v1 and drop down with Sarah, gives her the 3rd kill, and SRG continued to win streak.
Yeah, so an 8-4 towards the end again. Like I said, it just calms down that very quick start that Catface really had in terms of the grasp and the lead of this game. Then after that timeout that you mentioned here, when Effie's got the timeout, the 3 rounds that they won in a row after that, I mean, it's actually, what, 5 rounds that they won, 6 rounds that they won right after that, even 7, I can't even count. My screen's so small.
It's Rise.
Yeah, exactly. I thought I was just telling you I had 20/20 vision, but no, definitely not. I'm going to have to lean back in your gamer mode. But towards the end, though, at least the silver lining I like to point out at the very beginning of the set of Gadbase is that it had been labored fights for Shopify Rebellion Gold. They actually have to be very clean to ensure these rounds come into their favor. So for a team that kind of like just got together, have barely done any practice that they've mentioned at the desk earlier on, man, they're looking quite decent here into this game.
Yeah, Catface, I think, have to play near perfect to really make SRG sweat. And that was the big question, right? Which team in GC was going to be able to take a map from SRG, let alone even beat them? But at least the silver lining is that Catface took the first pistol, so... Yeah,
and the conversation maybe could have been like WADA, FlyQuest, but not a team like Catface. But they have a chance. They definitely have a chance, especially now that they take the defensive side. Now on the attack, though, Shopify Rebellion are looking for the split towards the, at least wherever it goes, because this wall goes all the way back towards that spot. Wherever they pull the rotate, get to the pick, they still have time to rotate back towards the other side.
Oh man, Icy's about to get overwhelmed. It gets 2 headshots though. That is clean. You're really putting a dent into SRG, but now pushing on. Luna Fox is sandwiched between a rock and a hard place. And Noya's quite difficult to play against. And look at that, a second frag too. Catface trying to reunite, had to deal with the barrier, and that's that barrier that Alexis threw to delay those rotations.
Yep.
But liking kind of this split, if Animal can... Thought she was going to have a 1v1 against Noya, but she's going to be sitting through main, so if Animal crosses this road, she's going to be hit by a truck. She has to look both ways. Depends on the timing with Sin, but with Sarah sitting underneath, this is just going to be a tough setup. I love this crossfire from SRG. Now time running out. Animal goes for the 1v1, and Sin wears theirs, and it's just Alexis left against Animal, and who's going to roar louder? It's Meow! It's Catface!
Time? Should have it. Very nicely done. Dude, what a nice position and communication coming out from these two players to take the retake back towards this A site. The fact that you had Animal pull up the turret just to make sure that you covered towards Hell first, then get the net that kind of isolates the players in the back of Hell, and then they switch positions. It's actually going to be the Deadlock moving back forward and fighting towards that main side, and then have... Animal fight towards the main side against Noya, and then just have to drop through from Sin. That was just so nice to watch here on that side. And Meow are able to win the second pistol of this map.
SRG got to be careful. Sometimes they're stacking together, they're getting collabed and kind of multi-killed by one person. And sometimes it's a Sheriff, sometimes it's just Icy feeling just that. And 1-2 with the Outlaw. Only one Sheriff in town, and this sends SRG hacking and pivoting. And it depends on what Noya can open up. And at least it's not much. Slicey cuts her down, and now it's SRG that, well, need an escape route.
Alexis is just trying to run forward to try to pick up a Norb so she can get an ult in the next round. So pick up a Norb, die, and then you have a pretty decent round for the next one. That said, though, I love the position from Animal. One enemy remaining. And it's just going to swing off the turret when the judge gets the kill, and you won't be able to even get the ult into the next round there for Shellfire Rebellion Gold. That said, the both of these rounds kind of opened up with Icy finding perfect timing from the pistol round when they moved out towards that tree side and caught 2 out of 3 that were trying to set up for the split towards the A site. And this time, just an easy swing out, double outlaw kill with an easy anti-eco. Even gets a triple on top of that. So on their side for Catface, Icy is getting quite close to the Blade Storm as well.
And this is the second flawless anti-eco too from Catface, like thinking about from the first half. So when they have the economical advantage, they win it hard. So SRG are now not going to get pinged by that KO knife. Just going to be as quiet as they can, and also seeing what Mel can open up with that one way though from A. There's not going to be too much action heading Mel's way. SRG got to drum up something.
Yeah. Wonder if the knife actually did hit them in the first place, so that's why Mel's in the middle, and he forced the second recon dart to come through, or the second ping from Sin. Now they stop and go, finally get the contact from the Alpha moving out, but you're still going to have the stalemate. So it comes down now to, do we want to try to throw another smoke towards middle? Do we want to try to rotate some players out towards this B side?
Ultimate ready.
And no, it's just SRG focusing on picking up this orb really quickly at first. The Knife not too sure he got the hit there unless it did get onto Noya. So they give the false impression that there's still one player behind. But SRG are not going for the third pump back into the B side. They're going for the full rotate towards the A side and try to leverage the Annihilation for the hit.
And I think Catface really want to prevent SRG from getting established on the site when you have the double Senti on post plant. It is so annoying. Namely, Alexis hasn't used anything, so if they get planted, you throw the barrier on top heaven, it's going to make things really difficult for Catface. But now that this is smoked off, SRG try to get information on the site. I don't know if they know if there's a judge up close and personal, but Alexis teleports in, takes care of the shotgun, but now there's a flurry of bullets, and SRG have 12 seconds to try and break in, because Noya's nowhere to be found, and she could still make this happen. A 1 versus 2 on the flank, but no time left and no one coming her way, so not going to be the opportunity.
Yeah, that was a great hold towards the end for Catface. Despite the reads coming out from SRG, and I was going to mention that might be one of the pain points with this composition of play against Catface when you take the attack for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Playing single initiator, no KO to try to eliminate the utility from Animal. You kind of just have to keep Sarah alive to make sure that once you have the correct read of where the KJ could be playing, you throw the shock darts to break that util, and it opens up the site for you to move in. So that's why moving towards that B main start on that side, realizing that they don't hear a turret, they don't see anything, they know it's moving towards A. So you're giving the false hope here from Catface that they should have a strong hold because of the KJ util there. But in the end, it's a Judge. Crossfire set up. The Outlaw 2 is such a pain to deal against for Icy. And especially with that spray through the cages, dropping Noya in the very beginning. Silver Light, I was going to say the silver lining that it was just Noya that falls, so it kind of just gives the impression that there's just the late lurk still towards this B side, but now they lose the tip of the spear. No, falls, and the Stinger bind, the half bind that they have around whatever they saved here on Noya's rifle from that previous round gets, once again, cut down.
Yeah, and Animal's going to be able to buy some time, sort of solo holding A with their util at the front door, and even a turret she can play off contact, so SRG, though, are taking angles around. They're going to do what they can with what they got. And there's a Hero Vandal still from Sarah. And now she cuts through and goes 1-for-1, so it's not too bad. Face, though, just, I think, have to dot the I's, cross the T's. They did all of the work at the beginning at B main to pretty much secure this round.
And that's a difficult thing, too. I see, as Dan Dread, as Gompers, and Elizabeth mentioned on a desk here, very comfortable and good play on this Jet. The experience that they bring here from Collegiate going into the GC and showing that these maps, for example, if they're able to pull out Icebox, if they're able to play a map like Ascent, if they're able to play Haven, for example, as well, very strong Jet maps, then they still have not only, you know, a pretty decent macro, but just extra firepower that when you're playing into these comfort roles. So it's very nice to see here Icy really popping off on this agent and now forcing that second timeout out of FEs for Shopify Rebellion's camp. That said, that means that they're doing a great job really preventing Shopify Rebellion Gold to really get any momentum built up here on their attack side with them playing and kind of forced to play kind of slow because of this double Senti composition that they're currently running. But they need to find ways here for the side of Shopify Rebellion to allow Alexis to be maybe second entry or third, so you can really try to leverage the deadlock utility for these strongholds for the site hits and have much better pulse plant holds. But if you're looking at the nature of the first few rounds, even the first 4 rounds, it's always been Icy dropping 1, 2 on that piss around, anti-eco, and now on that round number 16. So they have to maybe avoid Icy, find Icy, and drop them right away. But now it's even harder for them to do because you're playing single initiator. Icy has the op to work with. You're hoping to be very, very good on your read of where this operator can be now.
And we saw the impact that the op had in Dodonut's hands and how she was able to single-handedly control mid and had Catface kind of scrambling for how do we get between these sites when Dodonut's in the middle of it? So I want to see Icy have that same impact, and they really much have. And looking forward to see how their name grows in GC because they've gotten a lot of recognition in the collegiate scene with Converse University, winning the Open Premiere for NACE, top 12 at CECC, and top 32 at CVAL. So love to see how that experience from collegiate translates into GC and with this team as SRG. Now just through the smokes, trying to grab the orb, but Slicey is going to try and teleport out of line. And you see that Mel wants to hunt that down and punish, but because of the smoke, they get the orb, but they don't get the kill on that Omen.
I just love what they're doing for the side of Catface so far. I just looked at the minimap. That was perfect. The minimap, what they were doing was throwing a recon dart that bounces off the back of the B wall to go into the back of the B site when you already have a great position from Icy in the very beginning. So they're trying to just isolate Snowy up first. They move forward, couldn't get the pick, but they are forcing all of Shopify Rebellion Gold to split towards the A site. We also have 3 players and still all of Animal's utility to work with.
Even Hunter's Fury too from Sarah. The clone gets shot. Animal has to take a step back to Hunter's Fury. That's a lot of info. It's a lot of pings and damage. And even the net too. A fish underwater. They're out of water, I should say. Splash from Luna Fox as she tries to relieve pressure and 1v1 against Smell. Mel is stalling as usual. And it's Icy in a 1 versus 3.
30 seconds left.
Diapa now the knives and the 2 that stack. But SRG have figured it out.
Icy, that's the first time I'm seeing a little bit of complacency as the spike was already down here back towards the catwalk, but they wanted to engage a 1 versus 2 by being the one that wide swings into the 2 players of Shopify Rebellion Gold. But that said, when everything was perfect on pushing Shopify Rebellion Gold towards the split over towards the A site, it was Sarah's utility once again that really opens things up here for SRG. As Donut flashes 2 players, nobody could break that recon dart towards Tree, gets maximum value out of the Hunter's Fury. But let's stop that point. They're having a strong fight towards B main with a pop flash.
Oh, Icy took damage, and there's the backup. Love that trade out of Sarah. SRG are going to be around to see is anyone else going to want to follow up what Icy started. And Animal also has the lockdown, so if they wanted to give up the site, they could easily get it back. But there's also no eyes on mid from Catface, so they have no idea where this rotation could be going for SRG. And they're going to be maybe even able to get a position into market, trying to wrap around the backside of Meow. And that's what that drone is going to be doing. It's going to be scoping out market. And now SRG have a lot of options with all this map control that they have.
Ludofox is in a great position again. Not getting information with a knife, but still holding an aggressive angle back towards that tree. So they still have a stronghold of watching information passively towards that tree side. But Slicey's position in towards Wine is going to be the big thing here if Shopify Rebellion move and end up towards this B site. But I love how they're just trying to fight forward here for map control just to make sure that they don't give that space back for Shopify Rebellion. And that's why you're pulling out this ult. Pushing players in. But yeah, it's going to get broken down, but she's delayed enough. It gives a chance for the players to rotate across and allow for them to have, a much better position for the retake, especially when you have Ludofox with a flash and you have Slicey with a flash, and you're actually pitting all the players of Shopify Rebellion Gold inside this B site.
I think what's important is SRG knew Animal was alone because of the trade that happened earlier. I would have liked a delay on that lockdown, but Sarah is still a menace. Now only 2 left from Catface. They're going to converge down both lanes and just try to spray through the smoke, see what they get, and maybe even end up going for exit frags. When you go up against Sarah, it just seems unbeatable as SRG get up to double digits.
The idea was there. The knife actually being thrown out towards that back of the site. Just, you're seeing that Shopify Rebellion Gold. They didn't want to give a chance here for Catface to engage with that double flash for the retake. So they walk out from the front of the site. They're trying to catch some players off guard, and unfortunately here for Animal, she kind of swung up a little bit too early towards that lane. So as soon as she gets picked off, it doesn't really give a chance here for both the Omen and the KO to move in for that retake. But that, perfect. I think all of that was really well done. I do agree, potentially, if you want to try to hold back the lockdown, but you would lose that space giving all that up.
Man, all the util from SRG is getting shot. They know that Catface are aggressively forward, and then SRG gets to wrap around through the backside because of Mel's teleport. This is just the SRG special. And now Catface have to look behind, in front, all over, even market. And it's just the 2 left of Slicey and Animal. One of them has to get through a deadlock barrier. Animal's trying to help them get through this, and then SRG get... well, the sonic sensors on post plants, so I think Catface looks like they're going to be abandoning ship.
Give a chance here to fight a little bit later on in the next round for Catface, and that's 2 very strong weapons to try to bring into the next one, because look at the rest of the buy. Lunafox has nothing. Icy's kind of broke. They can't really work around here with Bladestorm either, and that might be an opportunity now to maybe try to go for a Hail Mary with the Hunter's Fury, when you're seeing that Shopfire Rebellion Gold, are getting closer and closer to close out this first map. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're trying to cook something up with these rifles in a timeout for the set of Catface, and that would be a perfect opportunity for Shopfire Rebellion Gold to understand, you know, what's available for their opponents and maybe try to counter back into the potential trap play that could come out here from Catface in this round number 19.
Just SRG are downloading the winning recipe. I swear to God, every time they go to a timeout, they just stop losing. They go on these insane win streaks. The first timeout for SRG, they went on a 7-round win streak, and now a timeout in the second half. SRG are on a 3-win streak. So this is getting into dire straits if you're Catface. And just mechanically, I think they're really impressing me. It's just SRG are not making the same mistakes they do before those timeouts. You know, not getting collided, not stacking too much together, and shooting recon darts, like stupid stuff like that we know SRG can do. So now SRG sit in mid. They're not going to get pinged by the deep recon. Look at this kind of aggressive position from Catface, not only grabbing the orb, but heading towards the SRG spawn. Does Donut, who's going to be leading this charge, throws out the flash, and that's why Mel is there. The whole squad is ready to trade.
Where's the Hunter's Fury behind that? They went for the double flash to really try to get the ping and information, yet still want to push forward, still want to give their position away, that they're picking up the orb. That there is a forward aggression position being taken by Catface, and SRG fights back into it. I thought it would have been a perfect play to counter back with Hunter's Fury, but Sin was just continuously watching back towards the catwalk, afraid of a split. So unfortunately, they lose the element of surprise, and things calm down back onto a 4 versus 4. Especially with this hat, now they know that they're playing anchored up, you know, 2 on each side, and that the KG utilities towards this B side, so you kind of just shock dart the very beginning and just try to move it after.
Catface are kind of playing scared to hope to have those reinforcements in, because Slicey has paranoia.
Missed her. Slicey's still in a good position at the bottom of the lane.
Annihilation, though, did just kidnap one of the 2 defenders on that site. So, Sin, Luna Fox, they better book it. Alexis claims 1, and it's Slicey playing good time, goes 1 for 1. But with 12 seconds now, Catface have to play retake, and this Noya flank, the backstab against Sin, is really what's going to seal the deal for SRG and send them to match point. But wait, Sin wins that, and they just have to get through this barrier. And be a lack of bullets, not a lot of money going to the next round, so Sin has to pull off what seems like the impossible, and SRG just have to stay put, play time. And Sin's not going to have a lot of time to explore now that this is taking down. Mel and Sarah don't even have to swing, but they easily could with teamwork. Now Sin gonna chase this down, and a little damage in, peekaboo, and it's SRG on match point.
Yeah. Unfortunately there, what happened, Slicey, yes, didn't get spotted by the Owl Drone, but the person helping her out inside the B side kind of got caught off and by that annihilation, so Animal and the other player over at Slicey couldn't really anchor as cleanly as they wanted to. Nice attempt to try to fight within her own smoke for that first pick, but then there's just too many players to deal with. Again, you had an opportunity with the Hunter's Fury to really do some damage, but now you have to utilize these ultimates to just try to bring this into overtime. I guess I'm assuming here at this point, because I'm old and I forget things, Catface probably used both of their timeouts already and can really think this through.
Yeah, there's dimensional drift with the clone around. I think Catface are gonna just leave B and try to assist through on the A side because Donut has set up camp. There's a big win by Mel against the opposition. Slicey, you got a teleport from Mel, I guess. But hey, Animal's trying to make this even, make this as difficult as possible. And Catface are converging to a throughout market, but not fully synced up. Not enough to make Noya sweat. She goes to look towards her flank. It's a 1v1 against Sin. The Guardian is really good, but the spike is getting planted. Hunter's Fury from Sin to try and deny what seems like the inevitable. But Mel falls. A great cut at the Achilles of SRG. And Icy have a few more rounds to go.
Dude, the amount of times that Icy is getting kills through smokes, and this time with the headshot Bladestorm, is insane. But I love here what Catface just did. As a lost players, especially the lurk coming out from Noya from the market, everything's already been smoked out at the very beginning at the door side, so there's no point on Catface to try to fight towards main control yet to cover the A site. So you rotate all your 3 players, pinch Noya, guarantee that kill, and now not only do you have clear advantage, but you still have Hunter's Fury that gets great value here from Sin to allow here and deny the opportunity of a plant for Shopify Rebellion Gold. And the more plants that you're denying here on your defensive side is grinding down to the economy. Look at SRG. They don't have too much left to work with. So this could put them into an equal in the next round. A chance for Meow to really move in for the comeback.
What a paranoia from Slice. He was able to win that against Alexis, but Mel's always there. You know SRG are stacked on that side. But did you count all your chickens before they hatch? SRG are not all at A main. And this is where Icy has to take a risk and go solo. And unfortunately does not kind of surprise SRG as they weren't fully committed into B, so Icy didn't get the right timing.
And that's the thing, unfortunately. So that's where the pugging comes in a little bit. The lack of practice as a team. You're trying to do individual plays towards the end when you've already lost, you know, a little bit of control towards the wine area, but it's still a 4 versus 4. Your dash expired. You can't really escape when you're looking for more information down towards middle. When you're out there in the open, fall back, play your 4 versus 4. But unfortunately here for the side of SRG, they have, or sorry, for the chance side of Catface, SRG could just hold it right here.
They could. There's Paranoia, Shock Bolts. That's pressure the backside of the box. Sarah is a sniper. I don't know what else to say. She is so good on the Sova. Noia's feeling good too. And it's just Animal that it's not going to be going out with a loud bark, but more just a whimper. But hey, this was a very, very close map. We'll see what Animal can do to close things out. 1 below, 1 in main, couple in tree. And Mel is just gonna have herself smoked off. Is gonna hear that drop down from Animal. Dodonut's sitting in wine. And while the spike gets tapped, I guess Mel peeks out from hell and takes care of the job. 13-9 for SRG on the map pick of Catface. But hey, strong pistols, strong anti-egos from Catface. I like what I saw.
I think you're seeing two different things right now from both sides, which are actually positives. For the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, the fact that they've lost both pistols and we're still able to win a very strong, convincing half, like a 7-5, and then finishing the way that we just did on the second half, shows grit on that side. But seeing that you're able to have great pistol rounds, great entries, and great starts from the side of Icy, and to see that synergy coming out from the side of Catface, on that side, I mean, it gives him a great chance to maybe do a deeper run here. I'd like to say maybe lower bracket, because now on Lotus, I don't think it's going to be as easy for Catface this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent was definitely going to be the most comfortable map for Catface, one they've played one of the most, but Lotus, not really their territory. It is the map pick of SRG, and that's coming up next, but first we'll have to check in with the desk, so we'll see after this.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, or welcome for the first time to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Gompers. And yes, first, I've gotten blue ink on my hand despite holding a red pen. But if you're just joining us, Catface has lost their map pick to Shopify Rebellion Gold. They chose Ascent. Shopify Rebellion Gold took it away with a 13-9 scoreline. Very clean, what we like to see. It was looking, Dan, we saw the kind of Catface pulling away in the beginning. I believe it was 1-4 before Shopify Rebellion Gold took a timeout, as we can see on the timeline. But then it just became a tale of whether maybe it was something was said in the timeout, just of Shopify Rebellion Gold dominance.
There were some great ideas coming through on this side of Catface when it came down to how they wanted to play IC with this operator, especially even into that second round. I think the impact that they were having was insane in kind of keeping that momentum going with those 4 rounds that they get into the second half. After, you know, the casters mentioned it as well, is a Catface that wins both pistols, and on top of that, they get the bonus of the second. So everything is going well, and then there's a timeout for Shopify Rebellion Gold, and things start to change. One thing that I really love praising about Shopify Rebellion Gold is how creative they are when it comes to turning things around. It's not only the timeouts that we see in round in that first timeout where they win 7 rounds in a row into the first half, but also that second timeout they win 5 rounds in a row, and that comes from the creativity of little things like Sarah using the ultimate into an eco round for Meow to make sure that they have no chance, or Mel TPing into the defender spawn to get 2 or 3, and it's just things that always catch you off guard and keeps Catface kind of guessing what is going to happen next.
And what's cool too is that it wasn't just, you know, of course, Shopify Rebellion Gold starting to reapply that pressure that was originally given, you know, down in that first half. But I did get the chance to like ask some questions to Luna prior to these games. But Luna had said, you know, we're coming into this game just thinking that this is any other team, and, you know, there's no opponent too big, no stage too overwhelming. So for me, it really did show in their performance that no matter what, the ego was still going to be there, and they were trying their absolute hardest not to let the fact that this is a championship team team get ahead of them. And it was so evident that it had it, right? We saw so many great plays coming through from Slicey and Ice. I don't know if it's Slicey and Icy or Slicey and Ice, but you know, either or, they played ridiculous, right? Even with Sheriffs, we got to see them just wide swing these angles and get 2Ks to 3Ks back to back. So it was so evident in the fact that they were so confident coming into this, and I'm sure it's going to be the same thing for map 2.
I also really like seeing the approaches for both of the teams. When we see IC with this operator on that defensive side, a lot of the times holding into this B main, trying to find one pick, backing up, and then you see that read from Shopify Berlin Gold kind of starting to understand where this operator is going to be playing, even when they were only playing with a rifle, right? It was kind of that same story. It's a game of kind of reading each other back to back, because you also see the difference when we're watching that first half. We were watching Dodo always towards Pizza, always towards mid, kind of holding it down that way. So the different approaches work for them in different ways, but it's ultimately Shopify Berlin Gold that comes up on top.
And of course, like I said before, that was them stealing their Catface's map pick of Ascent, but we will be going to Shopify Berlin Gold's pick of Lotus, where they will be starting on attack. And that is an attack-sided map for what it is worth. So, and that means Catface is picking defense. So maybe they have something cooked up there. I'm gonna throw this to you, Dan. Catface starting on defense is maybe not the best thing for a Lotus, but it could go any kind of way.
It depends a little bit on what they're going to be playing here. Last time they played it, they were playing with this Raze that actually didn't really give them a lot of success. It was at 13-3 that they lost against WADA. But coming into it, I feel like there's a couple of things, just looking at them, looking at their playstyle, that they can bring to the table. For example, bringing back that Euro that they were playing before. They played against Aussie and Friends, and they also played against Hyperspeed White. And that Euro is going to allow IC to continue playing with this operator, put themselves back into these safe situations where they can once again swing, get a second one, TP to the other side of the map. And just with the way that this map works out, I feel like it would be a great idea. There's definitely some changes coming, right? Because last time they played it, they were still playing with this Tejo. So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring. I think the Euro would be the best chance that they have at winning this, but it's definitely not easy knowing that is Shopify Rebellion's gold map pick.
And that is the thing going into this. You know, it's not going to be easy, but it is doable. If something, Game Changers has taught us anything, that I can go any which way. But again, Meow have to win this Lotus in order to go to a map 3 where we'll be going to Pearl. It's good to see Catface putting up a fight, right? Like this is what we expected from them. I think, you know, they said to us in their Meet the Team video Beyond the Crosshair that this was a team that is underestimated. This is a team that people, you know, don't know very, very well. And I think this was an excellent introduction. While they did lose to Shopify Rebellion Gold, this is still a great introduction for those. And it's still, again, like we've been saying this entire time, this is a good showing from them. So I am hopeful, and I would hope that they have stuff cooked up for Lotus that is going to surprise us and is going to make it at the very, very least competitive. I absolutely believe they can take it to a map 3. This team is beyond capable. Ice is one of the most cracked duelists I've seen in a very long time in the Game Changers space. But we do have Agent Select ready for you guys watching at home, and you know, you've been very, very patient. Thank you for your patience. Moving into Lotus again, Catface will be starting on defense. Oh, and we see Ice on the ISO. Oh, perfect. I love it. Gompers, but we also, Gompers, we talked about that Donut Raze, you know, that iconic Raze, and we see her on it.
Yeah, it's quite interesting though too, because this team is pretty typical for switching up their Lotus approach. So to see something completely, oh my gosh, am I completely, oh no, it is Lotus, sorry. For some reason my mind was like thinking this was Pearl, and I was like, hold on, let's backtrack really quick. But no, the Lotus approach, they do typically change their composition. So for me, I was expecting something completely different. I am really enjoying the fact that we do get to see Ice on the ISO, just simply because, first of all, names match, haha, lol, and then also, like, I think Ice is the perfect match for ISO just because you have to win those 1v1s and you have to be so dominant, and Ice in that sense is like a no-brainer to me. Probably one of the best duelists for sure.
One last point that I want to say here, we're not going to have the Tejo anymore, so there's some changes when it comes to the initiators. Pay attention to how that's going to play out, especially because Alexis is not going to be playing the Breach, for example, that we're used to seeing. She's actually going to be playing the Fade instead, and a couple changes here and there that I feel like it's going to rely more on those controllers and those two Vipers that you see on this map.
Oh, folks, can Catface bring it to a map 3? Take us to Pearl. I know exactly who to send it to. It is Lemon Kiwi and Vincily on the call.
Well, I'm glad they sent it to us. We're the ones. They picked us. Let's go. And, well, SRG also picked Lotus.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of changes coming in. And just in general, this is our first time seeing the GC teams on the post-Tejo patch.
Yeah, exactly.
So to find out kind of how flexible everybody is. But we know SRG is the most flexible team in GC.
Yeah, and maybe not for the side of Catface, though, right?
Yeah.
So, because, yes, we've seen, like, some players trying to implement the Tejo for this team here in GC, but they didn't have the best results going into this one. And also, it's a map where you don't necessarily have Icy being able to play the Jet. So they were trying to play the Raze. It wasn't really working out for the team either. So they're coming out with something completely new this time around. For the side of Shopify Rebellion, they're eliminating the Tejo out of the composition as well. So they're going more towards the tried and true. So we're starting to see, like, a reroll into previous compositions with Shopify Rebellion playing a little bit more of a Fnatic style with the old school, Fade and Raze and trying to get the lurks coming through with the double walls. So, or not the double walls, but the Sarah wall and the Mel lurks here with the smoke. So this is something that we kind of already know and expect when we're looking at this composition here for the side of Shopify Rebellion, but it's more on Catface. What can they do then if Icy's coming out as is ISO? Can Sin play as comfortably on a Viper versus other agents that she was trying to do in the past, as like the Tejo or the Sova in previous games?
Yeah, I was definitely expecting the Sova out of Sin, but yeah, falling back to old comps, as you said. And how is this ISO going to look? I always see ISO with Yoru. It's such like a peanut butter and jam combo. So, and not too often we get to see an ISO on Lotus of all things, like literally everything else.
Yeah.
Like including even Neon.
There's only really like China that's been trying to pull out a little bit of ISO on the map, and not always the best of results. And also some teams and challengers did try to do it in the first leg of last leg of 2024, but also not the best results as yet. But that said, we'll see if Catface can really stop that and show that ISO could be very good here on this map as they're playing on the defensive side first. And this is what we're expecting of this type of composition, though, for SRG. With this comp, you're going to try to default a little bit more slower here with all of this utility, and are walking back for contact up towards that rubble, get the contact onto Luna Fox, and drop her first.
Big opener, but on the other side, because of that boom bot and the paranoia, or the prowler, I should say, Icy could have been able to find a trade, and we'll just be at a standstill, falling back towards the side as SRG try to cut into B, thanks to what Mel was able to do to pave the way towards that objective. And then you have Noya watching from main if it were to be a ceiling door opening. So I like the game plan out of SRG, but it is Catface that have won every pistol so far. How is Lotus gonna look? It is a 4 versus 3, and when it rains and pours, Alexis continues to defend the site, and it's just Animal putting shots down. A lot of people low from the SRG side, but even the isolation against Alexis is tough with sort of the head glitch she was on the low ground. So SRG take the pistol.
And that's something that Catface has to start to expect as well, from like this slow lurk play and then slow tempo being engaged here by Shopify Rebellion Gold. You're seeing that with this insert that they have in the pistol rounds on the top of B site, that they have so many avenues to still work with for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Even if you commit towards tree and win those fights, those 2 players towards B are going to become flankers. Or if you're being pressured and you're forced to rotate towards A and nobody really fought back or rotated over from B, you could go back through breakable door and finish the way that you did to win this pistol round. So Catface not only has to try to get used to the new composition that they're pulling out within this game, but they also have to be familiar of, again, this old type of composition that comes out from SRG on Lotus.
And Sarah's selling quite a fake here with the Viper wall. Just Catface sitting on stairs. They have 4 stacked on that side of the map. Are just not going to know the progression that's Sarah, and the fact that it's just Sarah. And the rest of SRG are just defaulting to see what sort of first blood without overly committing to that side. Beautiful shot from Icy. And now SRG can try to follow that up by just shooting through the snow. They have better ranged weapons to do this, but Catface have chemistry. They're all stacked, they're grouped up, and they're walking down using haunts, using flashes from their sentinel. But SRG have realized they have a great read on this. The whole left side of the map is open.
Exactly. And that's a big thing. Yes, losing Sarah is a pain point, but she gets all the information of the stronghold from Catface all the way towards this A side. So it's an open, easy plant. You still have satchels, paranoias on the pulse plant to reflood back into a smoke that can be thrown into the entrance of the C site when Slicey moves forward with the rest of Meow into the spawn to flood back into the C site.
Now smokes in place.
Take hold.
Catface on the approach. Only have really Animal Util and also Luna Fox who can take time to just prowler in. Catface now, they flood, and it's Icy. Just the one taps are so nasty, and SRG just out of sight and hosing down Catface as they stagger in. Beautiful anti-eco out of SRG.
Yeah, we took a little bit too long here to really force the hand out of Shopfire Rebellion Gold, so everything that they were holding at the very end, we mentioned that satchel, the paranoia, the nanoswarm on top of that. So, and that Alexis playing solo on site just never got challenged. So she was still able to hold on to a seize, hold on to a haunt, and Catface just couldn't really hurt the economy of Shopfire Rebellion into their eco. But the economy at least is still good enough into the gun round, already pulling out an Odin. But funny enough, it's being held by Slicey as the Omen, the holding towards this A side. So when you're thinking about this, and these sprays, where are the smokes here towards the one-ways on that C site? Where are the smokes to block off a potential area to really allow Catface to get into better positions on defense? It's not there. So now that's SRG able to surprise some players and almost got that pick onto Sin.
The Catface are having a difficult time. They only have 3 kills over these 2 rounds. SRG are really dominating, but this first rifle round could be a big tide turner as Catface the 1-2-1, and I like that Icy, you know, they've been able to depend on them to make those solo plays, kind of explore around the map while the rest of Catface hold the line at B. The C's not going to connect. Dota throwing a nade to get them off the front door, but SRG are just not getting the space they were hoping.
That's a great shutdown in the very beginning. But that window of opportunity to try to pick off Sin at the very beginning for Shopfire Rebellion Gold was probably the best opportunity for them to really convert their bonus round, because the rest of the players around Shopify didn't have the best of buys here in the rest of the bonus. So a flawless would be even better here for Catface to just really fight back on a defense.
Yeah, and Catface had set up a nice high-low too on C once they had the delay from the Vice Thorns from Animal that came out. So being able to just go toe-to-toe and catch up to SRG, and when you're able to kind of shave down those numbers, it makes your job a lot easier. SRG was going to be tough to just find that window where the Viper wall was down on B and try to get vision in, and it was a beautiful job from Sin to hold things down. So SRG will have the Nightfall to work with, and just kind of how aggressively do they want to use it. They're already posted up to try and have a fight in bubble.
It's not going to do too much here on the side of Catface. I mean, they're still conditioning. Yes, the Odin's always on this A side to spam in the very beginning, trying to catch the players off guard. But Shopfire Rebellion, you can see it from the very beginning. They're always working mainly towards the front B side to go for these picks. And there hasn't really been like too many early fights or aggression back to fight to trap that area. At least they got Noya down, but they lost Sin in the process, and you're playing a 3-sided map. So you still have an opportunity and an advantage if you're on the side here of the attack, because you can still manipulate this map. Look at this lurk moving up from Mel on this A side. You're forcing to just find info, and oh, well, at least we got some good picks coming out from Catface, though.
SRG know that Catface are just all lined up right at the front door, so not the most advantageous thing to try and swing through. And because Catface have a lot of numbers at B, they can easily rotate to C, really depending on where the hit ends up being. It's a Nightfall that hits no one because Slicey ended up kind of trying to go towards C and help support that. So SRG feel confident getting into the site, but this bomb from Slicey is big. And because the smoke dissipates, Slicey cannot escape. Good response from Sarah. 2 versus 2 on the post plan, and Animal and Icy still have to drop down together. Animal has the flash, but can't really set it up. They are going to try and pinch from both sides. I like that. Icy's able to run away, and maybe it sets up the other for success. Annie goes down at least with 1. Sarah versus Icy, and it's Sarah with the last laugh.
A big round out from Sarah towards the end, just because the shots were good. If anything, both players on that 2 versus all 4 players in the server on a 2 versus 2 played it quite well. Because Icy's getting punished, getting pressured, being flashed by Mel. They pull back, and it allows the forward lurk to move forward to get the traits towards that 2 versus 2 right there from Animal. Almost lined up on those 2 kills. But great reactions coming out from Sarah to save that round there for Shot for a Billion Gold. Because if not, that was a bit of a round for both of the teams. Whoever lost that round potentially would have gone and did that eco. So you have a chance now for Shot for a Billion to continue a stronghold and a strong streak on their attack side.
Alexis flying at Odin, saying, I'm very done with your Odin, mine's better, but...
But got dinged through a wall by a sheriff.
Yeah, not fun. Just, you know, making space. Space-making Odin, but do they know Catface are just that close with... Now that Fade Util being thrown, SRG gotta be on watch. Prowler reveals someone close, and Slicey just stood there and took it, and there's just not gonna be any backup for Lunafox because she's 13 HP. Yeah, at least Animal is able to mark that SRG are still in spawn and holding her ground at mound, and SRG are having limited options, but this win against Lunafox, finding her means A is looking weaker, so SRG can start bringing the spike that direction.
Yeah, and they already have info. Turret spotting 1 on the front B. Noi already had their initial engagement against Animal Fort C, so they know they're playing maximum of 3 versus 1 on A site, and even gets hit by a Paranoia. This should be an easy plant coming out from SRG. An even better stronghold towards the end, because look, Alarbot's watching that flank. We're already in picture. Farming.
I love that they keep Noya this far back, because that was sort of a slip-up that SRG didn't watch Baby Door or didn't watch the staircase, and that's that kind of cutoff, which that's okay, because then you can pinch from both sides, but SRG keep their numbers up 4-1 with 4 left in the round.
Yeah. You're starting to see, at least though, from Catface, that there has been a little bit more pressure towards Mill. But it hasn't been with rifles or whatnot. It's on an eco that they're adding a little bit more pressure, but they're starting to see with, you know, at least a crossfire set up on that eco, that SRG are playing quite passively at the beginning of these rounds. So they probably have an opportunity to really even get Slicey up quite early with a TP on top of Rubble, even if there's early shots happening on that side. But SRG hasn't been like activating or pushing quickly in that spot. And as they do it, the Haunt doesn't spot anybody there, yet we're staying back, so we're not really covering that full space on that A side. We're actually doing it towards the C side instead, with Icy walking forward. But now with a minute left, everybody stays towards that spawn. Everybody's falling back here for Catface. You've given up all that real estate that you should have had at the very beginning of the round. And now SRG has that 1 minute mark to really activate around the map. Your lurk's going to be now Sarah, when you're going to start rotating some players and adding pressure here from the front of that B site and C mound.
Yeah, so you have to expend util just to figure out what are the numbers are on B, but Dodo gets kind of stuck, just couldn't leave, and maybe the Thorns came, I don't know.
It's the wall. She was supposed to 180 jump out, and it still pushed her forward inside the site.
Oh, that's SRG have really had a tough time getting into B. So now the smokes are all gone, Mel is trying to get something done, the smokes come back up, so she's going to teleport out, and there's not insane amounts of pressure towards A lobby or Rubble, so SRG are just going to progress through there, I guess.
30 seconds left.
We still have a chance, though, for Shopify. Now adding this pressure towards that Rubble, trying to play contact. This lurk down coming in towards that B side from Goya. If she gets a pick, that's going to be a lockdown for post plant.
Okay, Nightfall from Luna Fox, I believe, or yeah, Noya makes it work. 11 seconds though. Yeah, Catface prevent the plant at the spike through the kill contract.
It's over.
The spike carrier. So funny.
Oh my. Even if Mel wins that fight, that's a consolation prize, but you kind of needed Alexis to stay alive. You saw the idea was there. She was trying to stay out in the open so that if the ult came through, it was going to take Alexis and not Mel while she's planning. But that timing to sacrifice a selfless play from the back of the A site to get that pick like that, the wall just pushes around. So they stack the Viper wall on top of the Vice wall, maybe to create that sort of like ruckus and diversion to not give a chance here for Donut to have the cleanest 180s of jumps through. But I gotta say, I think it was Sin that pushed all the way back towards that A site to sacrifice herself so that they get value out of that ult of the kill contract to win the round for Catface. That was a labored win, but they'll take it.
Vice is gonna, or the Animal is gonna disengage to Waterfall. They have a Steel Garden. She's got a teammate, buddy system. They could even hit, but I think they should probably wait for numbers because you also have to defend yourself in that pit. And SRG gonna get out of dodge after that Steel Garden is popped. You got the lockdown offensively. SRG wants that real estate back. Good vulnerable from Icy, but too many cooks in the kitchen. Catface kicked back against SRG. Prowler reveals Animal. And SRG are just have such good reads on the setups of Catface. But Slicey is deadly, and the numbers are not too shabby.
Yeah, not too sure that what happened to those players inside the C site when lockdown was already ready, prepped up from the previous round from Noya. Two of them getting detained and getting that information and getting that pick from Slicey was pushing with the Odin. You know the B site's open, and now with the pit, it's gonna be so hard to retake the site.
Let's use your own pit, but Luna Fox are on the hunt, and Sin and Luna fall, and Alexis and Sarah survive in the pit. So that was a fun little chess match between a ton of ults being invested.
Yeah. And again, I feel like potentially maybe both of them being detained was because they just want to sacrifice themselves to throw out a lot of util as much as they could so that Slicey could get a dominating, Odin flank coming through. But you just mentioned it. That Prowler from Alexis spotted that player being detained on the top of the boxes. That's them getting picked off and not giving a chance here for even a Crossfire to set up after and enough delay here for the Odin to get good value from the front of that B site. So seeing how it hurts the economy. Meow now on an eco. Another stack towards this A site, and it's basically what happened 5 rounds ago. Let's just wait things out, and then as soon as that minute mark happens, players are going to start pushing forward, especially now with the Prowler spawning one aggressively pushing towards B main. Now you're thinking for the side of Shop for Rebellion to stack or towards the A site or towards C. So what can you do with that? How do you activate forward? You need to try to use more util to try to find if there's going to be the stack towards A or C.
This is Viper's wall has always been up too, so SRG have a hard time getting vision on B, and now there's a Vice wall to have to worry about. So SRG, now that sightlines are open, check the small door. There's always someone at staircase. You've heard Odins in trees before, but just the fact that they see the player there. SRG grabbed the orb. The reaction from Catface is there, but not the united approach from Catface. It's staggered in, and SRG just fire back in the best of ways.
Yep, and that's really nice towards the end for SRG. Once you've made it past towards Rubble, you still don't know where the stacks are coming from. Let's just try to bait it out. So they hit the orb, it forces out the flash and for the flood down from Catface, and they still had 2 players inserted on the top of the B site. So they could or finish towards the A site if they kill everybody like they did, or they could just pivot towards Breakable Door and move out back towards the B site if they cut the rotates on that B site. So many avenues to still work through when you thought here on paper or on first look that it was perfect positioning from Catface from the get-go and that SRG was going to walk into a trap. But they already had that covered. They knew how to play that anti-eco, and they played it quite cleanly.
And Slicey is set up at Rubble, but SRG are pretty committed towards C. They'll have, of course, Noah watch the flank. Nightfall is going to hit those players from Catface, so they are just going to try and stay in cover and just shoot through the smoke to keep SRG delayed. But SRG kicked down the door, and it will cost them. But they did evict those defenders. Now Catface at least have Luna Fox here, one away from the Nightfall, but still having a Prowler and a Haunt is pretty huge. So
and a Lurk.
Yeah, Slicey. Oh, but this backstab from Noya is just gonna take out Here in a second, it's all up to LunaFox, who has to react to now the waterfall presence. Hey, gets a free headshot onto Donut, and Alexis is low. Very doable for LunaFox in this 1v2, but time is not on her side, and Alexis knows it. She's gonna stay hidden. The turret's gonna ping LunaFox crossing, and Alexis dispatches.
Love the TP out from Mel too. So with the Nightfall from Alexis, it deafens both players inside the site. Mel gets the TP. Yes, there was a rotate across from Icy with an immediate trade, but it wasn't quick enough. And Mel was able to drop one. And dropping that single player just gave such a good timing for the rest of SRG to flood through, activate that lurk that we just saw there from Noya. And unfortunately, once again, breaks the economy on the side of Catface. So all these plays trying to just stall these holds or stall the pushes from Shotfire Rebellion towards the C site has been fully annihilated and taken over on the side of the attack instead. Now with this eco that they have, yes, there's a different type of pressure. It's back towards this B site and C mound. Slicey is looking in a position probably just continuously smoke here towards this A site. So she's just trying to leverage as much as she could. One ways here and there. Just trying to leverage the Sheriffs to get some good value here in this eco.
Wondering if Sin is going to want to kind of early round pitch. He's now had this, so still trying to suss out SRG and really listen to where SRG are going, which Rubble kind of been open for SRG. So they'll progress through there. They keep their eyes on stairs and breakable door. That's where Catface have liked to sit before. And the Vice Wall set up within tree, letting so Animal can focus just right through main, and Donut has the opener, and that's the solo defender. So Catface are going to be on their way. They're smoked off. They try to prowler through, doesn't go deep enough. So Donut gets a heads up. Now SRG can just even fake and go towards BL thanks to what Noya was able to scout.
Yeah, B, C, wherever the hell they want. They've already had two players working in that spot. They even have map control to even prevent the pushes up from spawn. Should be easy here for SRG no matter what. But yeah, I do respect here if Sin wanted to pit towards that very beginning, but that still gives too many avenues for SRG to work with on the extremities when you're on the lower bottom. But they should use it within the next gun round here for Catface, because you're about to trail behind by 6. There's only 2 rounds left to work with on your defensive side. You need to get some immediate value out of your ults in this gun round, because if not, the economy is going to be broken again and you won't get the best value out of the Nightfall, out of the ISO ult. So yeah, that's why. Pivotal timeout. I think this should be a standard, ult the Viper ult towards the C site, and maybe try to leverage more players with you to help out on the C site hold, because Shotfire Rebellion Gold have been doing a pretty decent job just disrespecting any type of util at the very forefront that's being placed on the defense side by Catface.
And SRG aren't getting hindered by Vice Walls anymore. They're sort of figuring out it's been around B. They haven't seen the sort of A setup that the Vice has had. So now Dodonet, I feel like, can walk even more freely. Of course, there's still the Viper Walls that are limiting SRG in some ways, but then you got a showstopper, so you could just be super loud, bounce into the site, and see what happens. I think sometimes there's been some Vice Thorns around the C main that SRG have been trying to scout, but ton of ults from the Catface side. This feels like a must-win, just in terms of you don't want the gap of the score, like you said, to get too crazy. And it was an 8-4 half on our last map, so we'll see if we'll get a deja vu of that again, but all depends on this one.
Pitless might be utilized towards this B site instead, but the difficult thing here for Sin is that she's potentially going to try to run this solo. Oh, it's back towards A. Okay, so you're going to try to leverage that with LunaFox.
Especially with the Nightfall too. A lot of ult stacked on the right side for Catface. Prowler from SRG gets shot down, and Icy sussed out. And what a good read. The Boombot and the Prowler from SRG reveals that duelist, so Donut, no duelist stands in her way anymore. And it's a good shutdown. No, Slicey couldn't surprise. Donut does get her pretty injured, 27 HP. So Donut's going to need a lot more support. Vice Wall and Thorns revealed at B. So you're going to try and wait this out, but actually Noya's cut off, and because the Viper Wall comes out, Meow don't get good vision, or Catface don't get good vision. As soon as this drops, SRG could execute, but I like this angle from Animal. trying to at least get a one and done and just swings at a good time. Does get the one, but it's still SRG that trample through everything.
Yeah. Even from the X's, though, I want to respect Icy pushing forward and trying to surprise some players with the fight and control towards C main. But even if Icy gets figured out, there's no opportunity there for Slicey to throw a paranoia to help them out because that would actually hit them. They're also playing an ISO. They can't rotate away, so you're just, once again, trying to count on their hero play of getting 1 or 2 before you drop. But again, you're playing against double, triple, maybe even util that can really spot you with information. Alarm bot, boom bot, prowlers. What can you do here? I mean, look at the last round that they have. Yes, they still have points to work with, but their guns are not good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind to see Icy play a Neon instead. They kind of play it solo. They have the advantage of the speed and the ult that they can make those flashy plays with, but not really working out with this agent. And now Animal has to close out the half on the longest blink of all time. And this will mean SRG get to double digits into the second half, which feels pretty over. Now Nightfall towards the back of the site, and that's going to be Donut exploring there. So there's an element of surprise. Animal with the Steel Guard in the 1v1, and Mel pops her before the ult pops.
And to keep that going into the half, I mean, you can't even keep it. Nightfall was still available towards the end. It was still available. Again, they had to use in that round number 11. Try something at least, but you're just starting to see here what we were just mentioning before and what they were mentioning at the desk, where you don't have the opportunity to play comfort picks on the side here of Catface. There's no more Jet moving forward. You can't play a Sova. You can't even play the Clove here on Sin either. So you're just trying to mix and match different things that maybe could work out because you still have pretty decent stalls from Sin, Animal, and Slicey with the amount of smokes and Vice util. But it was just lacking of those forward positions from Rubble Control to really add more stacks on the other side.
Not ready yet.
At least from like one of the pages they could have maybe leveraged with this type of composition. And now getting dismantled, picked apart, not really having an answer yet here, and not figuring out the defensive side, but thankfully at least on the attack, they could leverage with their aim to fight against SRG here.
There.
Yeah, there's a lot of good talent on Catface. Now it's just kind of building up these agent pools so you can be more flexible and be more confident to go for those plays, like the pit that you mentioned. So I think Catface are super solid on pistols, though, and now kind of what we said before, a lot rides on Lunafox as a solo initiator of what she's able to open up with, and as the most flexible initiator too, and as that corrupt, she's fallen to a nade. Oh, the timing of SRG, they're so lucky, they're so good. This is Animal in a 1 versus 3. She's coming up through Rubble, Mel first, and yeah, this is going to be over quite soon, especially not winning that pistol is kind of the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's basically the opposite story from that first map of Ascent when SRG was kind of really struggling towards their pistol round and anti-ecos, but you're starting to see that on their map pick against a team that probably isn't as practiced on a map like Lotus, as Lotus rather. It's much easier for you to take control of the map and control of the series now at this point. The fact here that they, once again, throw util before even swinging out behind a util, even caught some players on the side of Catface, is just easy mode for them right now.
And it's cool to see that SRG haven't missed a beat. They've had some roadblocks, they've had some just bumps on their way here, but this is only to make them a better team. And it's Sarah with first blood, with the stinger at the front door, SRG, or Catface. Out to see if they could even try to trade that. They look for vision now that the wall is down, but there's a crossfire from SRG from all angles. And Sin, though, she's always good for her one. And SRG now smoked off. Let's see how close they are with the boom bot as Noi opens up the door. And Meow, or Catface, they just get caught by that.
Yeah. Went from a Meow to a Screech, but thankfully Sin is able to do some damage with the Sheriff, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. At this point, even if you've done some econ damage, you're now at 2 to 12 on the scoreline for SRG. 1 ult cycles on that round number 5.5 or round number 7. It could already be GG right there. So you're just hoping here that the silver lining is Sin could come in here and maybe win this fight, get a plat down.
30 seconds left.
But at 10 HP, against the president.
Toxin screen down.
Both missed, but hey, Noya's injured. Oh, Noya just catching the cross from Sin. We are match point, series point for SRG. One step away from getting to these semi-finals of Game Changers, the first series of the year. And like I said, they have been through the gauntlet. They have been training to get back into challengers. They're fighting through relegation.
Yeah.
They're suffering, you know, some losses here and there, which can be mentally challenging for any team. And the fact that SRG are still looking this good this early tells me this is just the start to their story for 2025.
And that's the positive of continuously playing towards these gauntlet plays and playing challengers. Even if you're getting relegated or whatnot, it's still such good practice when you go into these type of tournaments as well for Game Changers. You're just continuing your reign of being the champs in North America, the champs in the world, looking for a three-peat on top of that with this new roster with Donut joining the team. Speaking of Donut, she just got dropped here with more GC share shots out from Slicey this time around. There's a chance. I mean, this is hard. I was going to say this was a 4-on-3.
Ooh.
Now Noya just has to stay alive, try to prevent the push from happening into Waterfall in his post plan to give a chance for the last two to rotate over and play a 3v3 retake.
Yeah, Noya has to disappear after that paranoia. A Prowler from SRG just to clear if a cat base had extended out. But Icy's the one that goes for crazy shenanigans like that, and they won't be around for now. SRG ready to converge. Coalesce 1-2. Sarah the sniper, and Animal's on the run, but she's only prey. SRG take the map in the series, and semi-final is the destination.
Oh, a little bit easier on the second half now for Shopify Rebellion, but Shopify Rebellion Gold continue to be the rebels that is hard to deal against. Yes, there was a bit of a fight coming out here from that first map from Catface. There is still some hope to see how they're going to play here into the lower brackets. There's just still some really good competition. I mean, Elizabeth mentioned it before here at the desk that this is probably the most stacked North American GC that we're currently witnessing here on that first split of 2025, especially when you're looking at other teams like WADA that's playing such different comps, and they're the ones that are playing comfort picks to the max. But that said, this is still the team, SRG, to take down.
Because SRG are so well-rounded too. Everyone had their shining moments. I think a lot about Sarah as our MVP from the last game, to Noya holding it down solo. You could always trust her to do everything. Mel's calling, just everyone, even Alexis going to Fade. You know, we know her for her Breach and KO. So this is such a flexible, strong team. Is any team going to be capable of taking a map against SRG? That's the big question. That is the story of GC. And we're going to be looking forward to hearing from SRG themselves in this upcoming interview, so don't miss it.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fuga, vai!
Welcome or welcome. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Gombers. And if you're just joining us, you missed a very clean, classic Shopify Rebellion Gold win, 2-0 against Catface with a 2-13 map win on their choice of Lotus. It was, I said before I thought Catface would put up a stronger fight, but obviously Shopify Rebellion Gold had a game plan going into that map, followed it to a T, and just was absolute domination, Dan.
Yeah, there were some really strong things that we could talk about when it came to the map I was sent. Obviously, winning both of the pistols, winning that bonus in the second half. But when it came to this one, not only does Shopify Rebellion Gold win both of the pistols here, but on top of that, they were able to play this new composition so well. I mean, we've talked about it. Alexis playing with the Fade, going through a little bit of that swap where Noya before was playing that Viper, and now you had Sarah playing it because she was previously playing into this Tejo. And it was a composition that is very standard. We were used to seeing it kind of all around VCT. They understand it very well. They understand those win conditions, and on top of that, they understand how those timings need to work around Meow. Because this Catface team, they were playing with an ISO composition that was not really setting up Icy a lot of the times for success. So you're kind of relying a lot more on how Shopify Rebellion Gold are going to be patient around, waiting for that push to come from Catface on that defensive side. And you see that them kind of holding for spawn for about 20-30 seconds, having the Killjoy turret as well be that first point of contact, and doing little things like that sub them up for success into these late rounds to make sure that they were able to close it out in such a dominant fashion as they do here.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more coming through, like you said, from the ISO, just because obviously Ice being into that duelist role, doing phenomenally well down in that last game. But it felt like the util wasn't being used as selfishly as I had hoped. And like you said, again, absolutely no setup coming through. I mean, we have kind of like a double controller setup that I had thought maybe would have given them some prowess to get onto the side and allow Ice to feel some sort of way, but it was so difficult with Noya just being there and kind of like being that wall of the group. So, I mean, in terms of finding their way, of course, we did talk briefly about the fact that they do change their composition quite a lot on Lotus. I'm hoping, you know, this kind of guided them in a direction where, okay, the ISO's not working, and so is our double controller comp. Maybe we can try to kind of direct ourselves somewhere else.
I think we would be remiss if we did not highlight our Madam President, Noya herself. Everyone, I want to see some 07s in chat in 5 minutes later when you see this. But truly, again, I think Noya is just such a steady player that they have on Shopify Rebellion Gold. Combo that with the Sarah. I believe you, Dan, highlighted Sarah before the match started. You want the audience to focus on Sarah's Viper and comboed with that Noya. Just almost like an impenetrable wall that a Catface struggled to get through, Dan.
It's super cool to see because Noya is now playing on this Killjoy that we haven't seen in a long time on this map. A lot of the teams, because of that meta that we had with the Euro, with the Neon as well, we're playing that Cypher, we're playing that Vice, but Noya is going for a little bit of a different approach here with the Killjoy having so much impact. A lot of those rounds, she's comfortable kind of giving that space for SB very early on and then going for that pick, trying to find a timing into the one player that's going to be lurking. And it actually turned out that a lot of the times the one player trying to go in was actually Icy, so you get that massive pick into the ISO on the other side, and it just works out so well. While on the other side, you of course have what Sarah was doing before playing that Tejo here, now being able to play around this wall, play around this utility with the rest of the team, and it's just two players that worked out really well. I kind of just kind of not the ones that you always are highlighting, but their impact on this map was the reason why it was that 13-2.
I mean, Gompers, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't highlight them, right? I know it's like something we talk about all the time is like, maybe we highlight the same players multiple times throughout, stages and events and whatever it may be. But there's a reason we always highlight Noya, we always highlight Sarah, because these are such amazing players. And the person that helps them do it, my friends, for the Verizon post-match interview is the head coach of Chaparral Rebellion Gold, Effys. And I believe he is on the line. If I can get my good friend Loic in here. Bonsoir!
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, great.
All right, well, congratulations on a clean 2-0 victory. Effys, first thing I want to ask you is about your new assistant coach, Veer. The later edition, on the tweet that was, came later than you would have hoped. You asked, I believe, back in like January or February for applications for an assistant coach. Talk to me about what Veer has done for the team, for you to help make this 2-0 possible.
I mean, Veer is extremely good at making game plans and like going into games with like a set idea on how we want to like approach the first couple rounds in a game, which isn't really my strength personally. So like we complement each other pretty well on that side. So yeah, I think he's really good at like making game plans, and just I gave him a lot of room in practice to like express his ideas and just like make sure that he gets like a lot of stuff. So we're basically like, I don't know, we're just both head coaches in a sense for now. So like we're trying to like figure out this dynamic, but yeah, he's been pretty good at game plans.
So kind of like a co-coach position, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. I love it. Well, going back into GC, we did not see you during kickoff, but because you were working on challengers and what that entailed. Moving into GC this stage where, the points are their circuit points, etc. What has it been like kind of observing from the outside of GC, if you had time to be frank, and coming in with like, the WADA does, with, Ghost Gaming coming in? What has that been like for you and your team?
It's been interesting for sure. I think it's very different from other years. I think the other years you kind of always knew was going to be like the contenders, I guess. And then this year's it seems to be a lot more surprising. Like I think there's a lot more upset and stuff like that. So it's definitely been more interesting to follow. And like you said, we were a bit on the outside of it because of challengers. So yeah, it's definitely being surprising is the word.
Well, going into this game specifically, the first map of Ascent, which was Catface's pick, much closer than your pick of Lotus. You weren't wearing pistols on Ascent. What was the key difference, obviously besides the map pick not being yours, between Ascent and Lotus that created such a different scoreline?
I mean, just like you highlighted it, it's really just the slow starts. Like on both halves, it's extremely hard to get back into the game if you just lose both pistols and then you lose bonus on one side and then you lose the round after bonus otherwise. Like it's just extremely hard because like, yeah, obviously they had gun rounds almost every round. And yeah, it's just, like I said, just the slow starts down. Honestly, it was just the reason why the first game was so close.
Obviously, the Taeho nerfs have caused a kind of commotion in terms of comp changes. We've seen the new comp changes on Lotus. Were the Taeho nerfs that significant that you wanted to make that change to take out the Taeho, or is it just kind of because you do tend to change comps and change it up a little bit? We saw Lexus was not on the classic Breach, we know where to be on, but the Fade, is that just kind of a symptom of SRG and what you guys do?
But honestly, the first part of your question, like I don't think Teo is very playable anymore. I think there's very few maps where you're gonna see him get value. So yeah, we kind of had to get rid of him. And then we had like promo relegation match last week, so that gave us very few time to like just go over all the maps and everything. So we just basically went back to Comfort. Whatever we were running before Teo, we just like went back straight into it and just like worked on like fundamental stuff because we just, like I said, we didn't have much time to practice for this event.
Well, that was one of my questions for you, is you have been, nose to the grindstone with your players. You have been working so hard in so many different events, going from Premier to promo relegation, challengers before this, now back at GC. Well, I have two questions surrounding that. One, how is the team feeling? Are you guys burnt out at all? Are you kind of more ready for more? And how do you keep, as a coach, as a leader of these folks on your team, how do you keep them ready and engaged and wanting more when you are working so hard, and burnout is so easy to come by, especially when you have long scrim days, having to play ranked afterwards, etc.?
Well, for the first part of your question, I guess like I don't think we're like burnt out, but we're pretty exhausted, to be honest. Like you said, it's been a rough it's been a long 5 months. We haven't had like, I don't think more than like 2-day break back to back. I don't think, and that's very rare. So like I think it's but yeah, I think that part is real. But at the same time, my players are like extremely motivated, and then we have like people that have like an insane amount of energy just like naturally like on the roster by default, like talking like Mel, like Lexi and everyone, like people are just like constantly hype. So like, yeah, we're burnt out, but at the same time, like just the energy is always there. And you know, as a coach, I just try to like be the first one in the office and like the last one out, like during boot camp, just be there, even if I'm not doing much. Just like show like, hey, like, come on, like I'm in this with you guys, and then like we're gonna get through this together.
Well, obviously it worked today. Clean 2-0. Thank you so much, Effie. So I'm gonna send you on your way so you can get ready for the rest of your stage.
Thank you.
I forgot to say goodbye. Au revoir. That's say goodbye in French. Well, folks, we're gonna head to a break after that Verizon post-match interview, but stay right there because we have another match coming up.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie, use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Gompers on the analyst desk. We are holding it down for you. And welcome to the second half of our day. If you're just joining us, Shopify Rebellion Gold defeat Catface 2-0. If you're not paying attention, YFPX defeated FlyQuest Red 2-0. We're giving you all the updates here. We're keeping up to speed. We go here. But now we are moving on to our next match here on this stream of the day. It is WADA versus Ghost Gaming. Gompers, we had a little conversation if it was WADA or what is there another way? Different way of saying it. But this is a match I think we've all been looking forward to because WADA are our reigning GC kickoff champions.
I don't know how to pronounce. I say WADA just because, I don't know, it kind of rolls off the tongue that way. But yeah, this team is, if you guys don't know, actually the champions of like that kickoff stage within Game Changers. They came full force off of the rip into this stage. And it all makes sense. I mean, to be completely honest, right? You have very, very pivotal players like Starbound, Australis, PowerPixel, members that have actually been here for quite a while. And Starbound, for example, like a mainstay name in a ton of tournaments, kind of like within, actually I do believe, oh my gosh, if I could pull up my notes really quick, for some reason it's not really popping up, but my apologies.
No, you're good. You see my internet speed
well,
today.
It's one of the things
Oh
that
my
we
gosh,
wanted to talk about, yeah. PowerPixel and Starbound coming from having that international experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of those things we want to highlight. I mean, you can just see from their photos, right? You know, you see, the EG jersey there and like the high quality LAN photos. But that's not to say that this team isn't, Juna,
I got it,
Fanboy and Australis having been there. And so I hear your notes. Are you ready?
I got it. All right. Sorry. For some reason, it was. Anyways, Valaris, right? Valaris, EG, and FlyQuest Red. That's what it was. So pretty solidified in the Game Changers scene for Starbound. There you go. Hashtags. I spit that, so.
Yes, you did. That was very, very impressive. Good stuff. But that is what Dan just highlighted. This is a team that, has that international LAN experience, and going into the Swiss stage found themselves pretty dang successful in terms of what they accomplished, only losing once to Shopify Rebellion Gold. But they, as Dan, you said, I believe they were the only team to take a map off of Shopify Rebellion Gold, correct?
They are the only team that has been able to do that on the Swiss stage, and I feel like we always kind of have this narrative throughout the years where it's like, oh, who is going to be the team that's going to be able to take a map away from Shopify Rebellion Gold? And it turns out that this year it's going to be WADA, and they've been playing so well, and it's for a reason, right? For a few of these players, as we mentioned, specifically for Starbound and PowerPixel, this is not the first time that they take a map away from the score of Shopify Rebellion Gold. They've actually done it in the past. They've actually won a match against them in the past, back in 2023 when they were going to the Game Changer Championship, and these two were kind of the core of why the team found so much success. Now in a different roster, in an on-site roster, they're trying to do the same very early on from the upper bracket, and then maybe going to the revenge match, because you never know what can happen then.
I think it's something, I mean, we talk about this like so many times with that experience. We can't really quantify experience, Gompers. I think it's one of those things that you can't really expect or know how that's going to turn out or work. But that's also not to say that, Juna or Australis don't have a impressive record from themselves. I think Juna is actually one of my most new impressions in terms of from kickoff, was an incredible controller that we saw, and someone that was really, really impressive for me in terms of the kind of the GC main stage. But WADA today will be facing Ghost Gaming as they re-enter Valorant with Game Changers, a wonderful place to re-enter Valorant, I might say. But Ghost Gaming coming back, obviously years ago, had that iconic roster of John Cutie and a Proto. Forget that roster for now. We are talking about the Ghost Gaming GC roster, with these incredible folks. I believe this was the Overkill roster that Ghost Gaming signed, which is, we love to see that. We love to see organizations supporting the GC scene. This is something that when you have an organization join, you have these folks join and already show so much success. It is so exciting to see how excited they get. But I believe we do have a video about Ghost Gaming, so let's see it.
I play for Ghost Gaming. I am the mid-rounder initiator flex player.
My name is Vanitas, and I am the duelist player for Ghost Gaming. I spearhead every entry.
Okay, so we have Bunny Bee. That's our IGL, our flash player slash duelist player slash anything player. We have Vanitas. That's our duelist player. No comma, run it down, tap you in your head.
Vibes merchant.
We have Ariel, also our no comma, run it down, tap you in your head. Don't go to her site, you'll regret it. We have Kay. That's our smokes player. She is going to be the glue that holds our team together. She's our hype man. If we're down, she's up, and then we're gonna be up with her.
Also
and then you have also no comment. And then you have me, who's very night and day. It just depends on the vibes of the team. But I will also try to be there to hold the team together like glue.
One of the comers. One of two.
One of two.
What the movie title be? Definitely be Vanitas versus the evil rabbit and the Fates.
It would be, have you ever played Valorant with your life on the line?
Yeah, have you ever played Valorant with your life on the line? Introducing the characters, be Vanitas, and the Fates, which is the three witches, which is Miara, Ariel, and Kataris, who always bully me in scrims, and then my sidekick, Bunny Barnacle, also known as Bunny Bee, because they helped me out. They let me entry into site. W Flash player. That'd probably be the title. Have you ever played Valorant with your life on the line? I'm trying to enter into the site with the Fates.
I can only think of like troll songs.
Yeah.
Like you walk out to that Baddies song. Like, Baddies, pose for me.
Pull up to an Ice Spice song. Pull out to an Ice Spice song.
Yeah, Ice Spice or something. Yeah.
Deli by Ice Spice, probably something. I don't even know.
Deli by Ice Spice.
Yeah.
Let's just say Deli by Ice Spice.
Deli by Ice Spice. 3 emojis. Every time I see someone die, I just hit that.
I'll do this emoji and I'll go like because you're dead all the time. You always run it down and die.
And then when I die, that goes hand in hand. I end up spectating someone, and then some like crazy stuff happens or some weird stuff happens, and I just go like the nerd emoji. Like we're all just geeky. You gotta do the finger point. I wish there were character bans. I just ban Chamber.
Yeah, probably ban Chamber, but also we have a plan for you, Starbound. We're gonna make the game really hard for you.
You're gonna hate your life. You're gonna hate your life on Friday. Shout out Ghost Gaming. Shout out my team. Shout out my duos and ranked. Roses, You Love, Silly Seal, Colby, Madison. Stop playing Clove, please.
Yeah, shout out to my team, shout out to Ghost Gaming, shout out to Aurora or Australis, and shout out to Starbound and Madison.
That video, I think, is my favorite video we have shown so far, because that was talking about like, yeah, we have 3 no-comers, I'm gonna ban Chamber, but Starbound, we have a plan for you, but not like in your face, just very like, just, dare I say, using the emoji, just like the, being just who they are, being nerdy, being geeky, like they said. Gompers, I loved those vibes so much from that team.
I don't even know what to say. Like, I want to be their friends. I know the Vanitas was like, oh, shout out to all of my duos. Like, that was a long list, but I want to be one of them. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just the vibes are insane and immaculate. It seems like they have a good time on the roster regardless. So that in itself brings up the mental pretty good. And honestly, they seem pretty confident coming into this as well.
I feel like watching that, I have so many questions. I have so many things to say. Like, Vanitas, Twitter was I have no aura, but also Vanitas is such a good name. I have to say it really quickly. I don't know if it's a Kingdom Hearts reference, but I think that's awesome. And then on top of that, the fact that they mentioned Chamber, because we've seen Starbound play Chamber in every single map, like already calling them out before the match even happens. There's so many things here that I think are really cool, or they're kind of turning me into a fan.
I literally I think you gained 3 new stands, Ghost Gaming. That you already had us, but now we are so locked in to it. But to get here, Ghost Gaming had to fight through the Swiss stage, like everyone else who got here. But Ghost Gaming in particular had to fight with I believe this is a it went away. A pretty clean Ghost Gaming result. I believe it was 4 wins and 7 total matches. I think, if I'm right, one of those being a forfeit. Did I count right? Am I good at math? I am.
Yes, absolutely.
But this is obviously for today, Dan. This is the longest, timeline of Swiss stage that we've seen any team compete in today. They had to go all the way, kind of like the bitter end, if you will, Dan.
Yeah, just kind of trying to find those wins towards the end, and most recently losing to Aussie and Friends and YFP, but finally finding that win for against Prosperity and putting them in this situation. I think it's really interesting though, because the amount of matches that they played, you do get a lot of info on what they like to play, right? So Vanitas, a lot of the times he's going to be playing this Neon, and sometimes they're opting for this double duelist composition in maps like Haven and maps like Pearl. We're going to be seeing the ISO and the Yoru kind of play together along with Bunny Bee, and that's something that they just talked about in kind of the Meet the Team video. So they have some interesting things to go off, and I'm very, very excited for this matchup because it's very close between the two and very different playstyles, right? I just mentioned the Starbound on the side of WADA. Just Chamber, nothing else. Sometimes double Sentinel, sometimes triple Sentinel on Icebox. They're really bringing it all. And on the other side, you have the Confidence Duelist kind of running it down, and sometimes a double Duelist too.
What did you say the Vanitas was a reference to? The name?
Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts!
I might have a push in the back. Don't even get this.
Fellas. The door. What is it? The Door of Darkness, whatever. I just know occult Mickey's in that game. I've just only seen Kingdom Hearts
yes,
context.
You're right.
But of course, we have to bring up Vanitas, whether it is a Kingdom Hearts reference or not. They have been killing the game, Dan. Whether it is in the pre-match videos that we see or within the server, despite the no calming that they they claim that they have.
They're just like me for real. Just like me in the duelist role, no comms, running it down. But they might have a little bit more success than I do, and I respect that. I love seeing Vanitas on the Neon. The couple matches that I was able to watch and what they were doing on the Swiss stage is exactly what you expect from your Neon player. Super confident, maybe overconfident a few of the times, but you have that rest of the team to kind of support, and they've been going through this evolution to make sure that they're better off for this main stage. So I'm excited to see what Vanitas is able to do today. Again, especially when you have a double Sentinel or a Chamber on the other side trying to slow you down.
I don't know, kind of call me crazy too. I feel like when you kind of let your duelists do whatever they want, they know themselves better than anyone else. Obviously, it seems like they do kind of work around Vanitas the way that Vanitas said, the flashes, they're A tier, I can go in onto side and, no calm, run it down, but it seems like they're always set up regardless. So despite the fact that evidently there are absolutely no comms going on, I would love to be a fly in the wall in that room, in the Discord or whatever, just to see what's going on. But it seems like regardless, they know the play style and they understand what's going to happen, despite maybe, maybe we'll see, the no comm action where maybe there might be late flashes. Could that be kind of like a disadvantage for this team? I'm not quite so sure, but they've come this far. They got signed by Ghost Gaming, so they're here to make a stand, to put themselves out with the big guys.
Well, also, I think, maybe we might listen to be like, oh, let's listen to the team speak if we had that, and it's just like one person or two people talking. Listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They got here for a reason, you know what I mean?
I wonder if the comms are just absolutely dead silent.
It's like elevator music playing.
Would it be so silent as to where you could hear Vanitas do that emoji face though?
You just hear the face moving. Oh my god, imagine. But we do want to bring up this tweet from Miara on Ghost Gaming. This is something that we saw and we just loved it so much. It was so sweet. It was exactly what we wanted to see. This is what GC is about, Dan. Tried and true, exactly, raising each other up. Classic certified GC.
I just think it's super cute because these two teams, Ghost and WADA, they've actually never faced each other, and when they were playing that Swiss stage, they were not really playing against each other. But here the side of Ghost is talking about how the WADA players are kind of there in the chat to support them, to kind of be there for them, and kind of also supporting them trying to get an org because WADA were the kickoff champions, and they also have players that have international experience. They have players that have a lot of potential as well. So it's just kind of a call out to try to help them out and also recognize that they get along really well. So it should be a matchup where not only they're trying to get this win, but also is from teammates and also on the enemy team that very well.
I mean, if you've ever played 10-mans, you know that sometimes
Yeah.
the best wins and the best games you have are against your best friends. You know, the people you like, the people you know, sometimes your best games are against them, including when I went positive against Josh RT, and I'm gold and he's ascended. Anyways, moving on. That jokes aside, there is something to be said about how like inviting and safe that server environment is, because you know these people, you trust these people, you can go all out against these foes, and that is exactly what GC is about. But we do have our map picks and bans for you for this game between Ghost Gaming and WADA. Eventually we'll settle on a pronunciation for WADA, but we are going to be going to Sunset, Ascent again, and mayhaps Lotus. The first time we've seen Sunset today, Dan.
Yeah, I like this map of Sunset because both of the teams have played it recently and on their last match specifically. So for Ghost Gaming, they won 13-6 against Prosperity X, and then for WADA, they won a 13-6 against FlyQuest Red. Both of the teams have been playing it a little bit, but once again, as we mentioned before, for that first match, we should be expecting changes with the Tejo nerfs. And the thing that I like though is that the changes that we might be seeing for the teams, it should not be a complete change in composition. You should still be expecting Starbound on that chamber. You should still be expecting Vanitas on the Neon. Those are kind of the consistent pieces that I want to focus on as we go into this first map, and then things might change a little for the second and third.
I think it's cool though, because as well as, you know, you Ghost Gaming and WADA have a very familiar sense of what each other's gameplay is, right? Even in the tweets stating, you know, they helped us on their days off. They were there to kind of, you know, give us some tips and tricks. And assuming that Ghost Gaming had taken that, you know, to heart and are now applying that could be the potential of, you know, just fixing those mistakes, and maybe this being kind of like one of those another days with WADA types of games where, yes, it's not that high pressure because you are technically playing against a team that, you know, you admire and has helped you out, and a team that, you know, looks right back at you with that same admiration. But, you know, all in all, it is still that competition where this is for game changers. This is to win that big grand prize. So as friendly as it is, there is still those stakes that, you know, may kind of alter that nervousness and I guess sense of gameplay. Of course, I'm sure that it's still going to be very friendly within the servers. It seems like Ghost Gaming and the entirety of their roster is absolutely the most friendliest people you can make.
I mean, there's a healthy bit of competition. There is nothing wrong with a healthy bit of competition with people that you like and respect. That is life. That is GC to AT. All these players know each other pretty well because of how kind of intimate this scene is. And I think, you know, that tweet that we showed is exactly what we are looking for in that scene specifically. You know, people supporting folks, you know, helping WADA get signed. But again, Ghost Gaming is looking to win this, whether 2-1-2-0, and send WADA to the lower bracket. And we do have agent select for you, ready to see just how this is going to go. I'm going to tell you right now, Chad, if Starbound picks anything else other than Chamber, buy a lottery ticket. Because, oh, no, don't buy a lottery ticket. You're fine. But again, Dan, you said that the Vanitas Neon is right there. Back to that Starbound Chamber. It looks like I'm gonna let you take it from here.
Okay, yeah, so as we mentioned, everything is remaining the same except for the Tejo that both of the teams were playing, right? So Power Pixel was playing the Tejo, is going to be going into this Fade instead, and same on the other side for Miara was playing the Tejo, is going into the Zigeko instead. I actually quite like the Zigeko. I think when we played this map just last year, when it was kind of every single time you were seeing this map being played, I love how much impact the Gecko can have in these late rounds, in the delay as well very early on. So I want to benefit the composition of Ghost Gaming early on, but something you cannot kind of ignore is just that extra info that Power Pixel is going to be able to give you early on. So both of the teams very strong, not really changing too much, and I feel like that's better right now for both of them, keeping it simple and see who gets this win.
I feel like it also influences Vanitas as well to be able to have that very, very flawless execution onto site with, you know, that double initiator composition, because not only do you now have those Gecko flashes and information from Wingman that could kind of like really just push back WADA, there's also Bunny B there to give that execution a little bit more oomph.
Well, folks, we are here for our second matchup of the day, WADA versus Ghost Gaming, who will continue in the upper bracket and who will have to be sent to the lower bracket. I have some brand new casters for you, so Doug and Mimi, take it away.
Thank you so much for this very first round of the main stage. We've got a really good series ahead of us. I think the devs put it together very eloquently. Mimi, I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. We have two teams that are yet to play thus far in this first stage. We have WADA, who I think right now is pretty clearly looking like the second best team in GC. They won kickoff, but that was when Shopify Rebellion was not playing. Now a chance to start their run to try and go back-to-back here, try and have that chance to take them down. But they're facing a Ghost Gaming who didn't have the greatest Swiss stage, but has been one of the more solid new teams coming into GC this year. So super excited to see if they can take this one home. I think it would be a very big win if they could defeat this WADA squad.
And we will be kicking it off on Sunset, a map that obviously wasn't around for a little while, has just now rejoined the conversation and could not be a moment too soon. Ghost is going to be starting on the attacking side. They're running the Gecko. We'll see what they can do with that. Seems like a lot of focus across the middle of the map already, Mimi.
Yeah, the biggest thing I'm going to be watching on the defense for WADA is how they play this chamber. They play more chamber than anyone else. Throughout this year, they have played it on 9 maps. Every map they've played, they've at least tried the chamber, and they're going to leave Starbound solo towards B in a lot of these runs. But they have a lot of flexibility with this double senti setup.
A little aggro towards A main already, trying to get past the one-way, catch the Prowler, see if anyone is there. Now focus across the middle of the map. That Haunt, I don't think it got a tag, but it did get cleared immediately. They're scaling all the way up. Got a little bit of space being given up. They're trying to play around that fully relentless aggression from the Neon. Okay, yeah, why not? Power Pixel getting in on it as well. Vanitas, the last standing in a 1v3. You can only do so much. It's kept competitive, but 22 HP, Mimi, this feels like a foregone conclusion. The pistol, the way of WADA.
I love the way that WADA played that. They had a couple players postured up towards mid thanks to an early clear into A main, just using that Prowler over there, and then went back and were fully prepared for that fight. But give quite a bit of space, let the opponents fully come in, and then you see this really quick re-clear idea. Haunt goes up, the Neon is sliding in, and all that in conjunction turns that one into a pretty easy team fight to win out. That'll start this map well for WADA, but I think the thing to talk about here is that this is the first tournament, Doug, that we're actually seeing with the Teoners, right? We've seen a couple others start to pop up, but this is still pretty new. Teams are still going to be trying to figure out new maps, new agent, and, well, some things don't change. Neon sliding in into just a massacre in main, but those nerfs, all these teams seem to be taking it pretty significantly. Both these squads were playing him before. They've all changed away from that one.
Yeah, and how do you, I would love to get your thoughts on this, maybe get to pick your brain here a little bit. What do you see as the slot in that makes a lot of sense? Obviously for Ghost, they're trying Gecko. Does that feel right to you given the map?
I think, so Gecko was the most popular choice before this map went out of the pool. I think he makes sense, but I also see Fade as being viable. I think what's really interesting is that this opens up the second initiator slot. Breach is still great, he'll still get play, but there's a lot more flexibility now, so it's going to be another fight A main.
Paranoia is already out. Vanitas bringing a knife to a gunfight, and that will not work out as Astralis is there to greet and punish. And immediately, that aggression that they're trying to lean towards A gets blunted. Remember, this would be WADA's bonus. Early days, still plenty of work to be done, but that window is starting to get slammed shut. Ghost Gaming are in a world to hurt here, Mimi.
Yeah, this feels a little haphazard. You lose the player on the initial dive play with the Neon, then try and excel lurk into mid. At the same time, try and push someone up into A. Neither of those players really in a position to get traded on out. And even earlier than that, losing the Neon is just a mistake with the micro. Having the knife out before starting to run means that the knife is going to be the weapon back out when you come out of your slide. Little mistake, and that might snowball this bonus round now as these final two players will try and double back into A.
Yeah, this is much easier said than done. One dashes across the screen, but Astralis is there to clean up another. Have already lost count of how many kills Astralis has, but Kataris will not be around for very long. And so the bonus will be converted by WADA. Money to the moon. They're going to carry over 3 rifles. And I think, you know, as we were talking about some of the aggression that Ghost have tried injecting into these early rounds. Mimi, very reminiscent of their series against Prosperity X, and it worked well for them. It got them to the main stage, but an entirely different story here.
Yeah, absolutely. For Ghost Gaming, I think the real test of this main event is beating actual top teams. They did make it into this main event. That's impressive enough. But they didn't get a win over any teams playing like above 500 Valorant. None of the teams they beat are here in the main event. So I think they have a chip on their shoulders to try and get a big win there as they fake the aggression into A main and now double back and have to deal with Starbound.
I love the baseball reference, by the way. Above 500, thank you.
I got you.
Appreciate you keeping it honest. The Haunt's going to get a little bit of info across the middle of the map. Not a heavy investment. Vanitas with a Bucky, but that's it.
They mentioned in that interview that we heard just a couple minutes ago that they had a plan for Starbound. They were going to, quote, make their life miserable.
Right,
and
right.
I haven't
So
seen
far?
that thus far, but I think a lot of it has to come down util dumping and trying to run over with the Neon, get ahead of where those TPs are. Biggest issue is that Starbound has a ton of different setups. You saw that walk into mid to start. Now they've full repositioned to be a B anchor alongside the Vise, and this is now going to be a really brutal site to actually try and get through.
Yeah, I mean, you just really use Vice utility just provides so much more counter to hide behind. And yeah, you're going to have Starbound pushed off the initial angle, but you've already got the Neon back. Starbound is repositioned, taking a more of an aggressive line. Bunny Bee's already dealt with. And again, this was an eco. There wasn't a ton of fight behind this Spark, but for Ghost, you want to start seeing some sort of confidence, right? Some sort of positive signs, and so far, that's been hard to come by.
Something WADA has done really well, both in this anti-eco round and earlier in this half, is these very reserved team fights. I think this team, they've been playing together for a good bit now. They even have that duo who went all the way back to GC Champs with EG of Starbound and Power Pixel. It's clear they put a lot into how to react to these really fast plays that Ghost is showing. And thus far, the idea has just been give a little space, wait until you have all your util online, and then just full fight back in. And that really blunts the bite that this Neon is normally going to have when you let a player like Vanitas dictate the pace for Ghost Gaming.
We'll take a look at that one more time. Starbound, as you mentioned, had that aggro line across the middle of the map. Double dips, triple dips. Back towards B main and gets really all the value that they could possibly ask for. So full steam ahead for WADA, as again, it seems like they're going to want to contest the middle of the map, but this time it's a much heavier weapon. Starbound just barely off the mark.
Some of the creative stuff you can do with the chamber being shown there. Fake on the door, let the chamber walk past, and then even if you don't get that op shot, it's an easy TP out.
Right. Maybe a little bit. Presence shown towards A, the fault line. Will push Power Pixel off the angle. The reinforcements arriving. The Paranoid is going to connect.
Nice job from WADA to balance the utility in A main here, keep people pushed back for the moment. They know there is still presence.
You got to be careful here. Reinforcements starting to arrive. Note a
go.
Judge and the ult for Femboy. Just waiting for the right time to pull the trigger. Meanwhile, the Thrall is holding over the shoulder, trying to lure them in, quietly bait them out, and it's just into their slaughter, Amy. If it's not Starbound, it's Astralis, it's Femboy, it's the Judge. It's a disaster for Ghost Gaming.
Well and truly is. And multiple rounds now, we're seeing the value of Starbound on that second TP gate that they're setting up.
Yeah.
In the last two rounds, they've been pushed off the initial line really quickly, right? A preset breach stun, a player swinging in. Ghost is very prepared for these initial Starbound setups. But what they do a really good job of is, after pulling back that TP gate, going somewhere completely different and setting up on kind of, not a super aggro line, but one of those kind of like medium aggro lines where you're playing an off angle in sight. And they found a lot of value on those angles. Eco round here for Ghost, though. They're going to try and, I think, just pick up the pace on B, see if they can at least get a plant down.
A little behind this, a Stinger, a Spectre, but the wall will keep them back. The Paranoia out and the ult pop. Vanitas looking to find any value they can as they tug on smoke. Femboy will fall.
Oh my
Traded
God.
back a little friendly fire. Just when there's an advantage, it's given right back. Now the Nightfall will try to push them back even more as Juna tries to fill in on the space. Ghosts have done well to establish control on the side as WADA to try to rip it right back out of their hands. Starbound, the tip of the spear with the op. A 3v2 for the defense. The spike well out of reach. This is an awkward spot. Ghost is going to crumble again, maybe.
Not the Mosh team kill. That is so unfortunate. Dives in, gets a kill CT, and then trying to slide back into the site. Oh, and dies like that. That is a brutal round, and I think we're seeing it look a little one-dimensional right now for Ghost. Things aren't going well. We go for one of these fast plays, and thus far, they've just not managed to find these opening picks in most rounds out of the Neon. And even if there is a kill coming through, it's almost always traded out. I think Ghost Gaming are going to have to slow the game down a little bit and do a better job of baiting out util in the mid round. Because thus far, Juna and Starbound's utility has been giving full info pretty much every round, which means WADA is going for very fast rotates and playing these nice flood retakes together. And they've won it every time thus far. Not too shabby.
Well, the tricky thing here, Mimi, is, obviously you alluded to it earlier, the interview where they had intentionally talked about trying to make Starbound's life miserable. A lot of the game planning seems like it was focused around disrupting the chamber. If they have not been able to do that, which, as you can tell, Starbound currently sitting at 6-1, WADA up 6-0, that has not been something they've been able to succeed at. So do you throw that plan out entirely? Or are you trying to adjust to something completely different on the fly? What's this timeout looking like for Ghost?
Yeah, I think it has to be about finding some kind of in-between, because they do look good when they go for these fast plays. We've seen it on their run-up through the Swiss stage, but where they're struggling, I think, is just having a little bit of disconnect, right? Vanitas is getting into the site, but then really, I think, greeting for that first kill in some of these rounds, pushing past, getting really far ahead. And that means you're kind of gambling their life on basically make or break. If they get that kill, great. If not, then there's nowhere there to really trade. And that happens sometimes with Neon. But I think you have to slow it down and put Vanitas more in these positions where it's about taking that first bit of space, then resetting, and then pushing forward, kind of segmenting it out a little bit.
It seems like they're thinking exactly what you were thinking. A quiet start to the round, now starting to feel some of the acceleration as the Thrash is the first out. PowerPixel did get caught, but there's help on the other side of the wall. What? Femboy gets two.
Doug, that shouldn't have happened. That is some actual criminal activity that I've witnessed ahead of me. Aria, I don't think they have any hope of winning this one. 7-0 to WADA, and I just want to see the judge play again.
I don't want to watch anymore.
I do.
Not after that. Oh,
literally
my gosh.
a sideways slide. Gets behind the player spamming. Oh my.
Enemy remains.
That is ridiculous. And in doing so, buys time for their teammate to come out of the Thrash detain and get the last 2 kills.
Okay. This is the round that Vanitas will get an opener with the Bucky.
Okay.
And this is the round they'll convert. Watch.
Okay. I'm
watch.
waiting for the sell. They're going to send Vanitas up mid to start. Maybe look to go into market, take something there.
Right.
I don't know if I see the vision yet, though. Vanitas is not in the worst spot to get something with the Bucky, but unfortunately, no one's really here in mid. It's just the chamber trip policing that area.
And the op line is taking a deeper angle, too. Starbound's in a really nice spot. A very safe TP out. Really? Off the mark?
Go.
Thought it might have at least been attacked. Meanwhile, aggression towards A. PowerPixel is there to greet Money being down. And there was that middle of the map fight that we had been waiting for with bated breath. And it runs out, unfortunately, as Ghost Gaming seemed to go down to plan C, plan D. How they want to approach this round, and the results are all the same. In Eco, Aerial the last in a 1v4.
Unfortunately, WADA has just not managed to get much space towards B at all. That round, they put a Vice Flash, they put a bunch of resources into fighting B main, but PowerPixel stays on the line, re-pushes into that space. Then it's again repositioning, setting up over towards mid. And in all these rounds, as Ghost is trying to collect themselves and actually get in a position to clear this util, the entire defensive setup is shifting around the util that's still online and getting into these correct positions on the rotate faster than Ghost can deal with it. They're just getting outplayed on the macro completely thus far. And on top of that, they're getting outshot by Astralis, who is 10-4, by PowerPixel, who is now starting to farm with the off online, and this is painting a very grim picture for Ghost's map pick.
Oh, and the judge. Don't forget the judge. The judge, too.
The most key part. It is wild that I don't think Arya has bought a real gun this entire game. All judge all day.
Which, I mean, honestly, if it ain't broke, you know? Start.
What? They couldn't see. That was through a wall and through a dizzy.
And so, as one does, fully blinded, fully grouped, fully flashed, puts a bullet between their eyes. Meanwhile, a little bit of pace towards B. They're trying to split this, and Juna, yeah, bit off a bit more than they could choose. Starbound is going to fill in behind with Femboy not too far off. The judge continues to be a thorn in their side. And so again, you upgrade to a real gun and you die. Lesson learned. Meanwhile, Visel gets popped, Starbound gets 3, Kataris will fall, Starbound gets their 4th, WADA get to 9, and they have dinner plans. They're trying to get through the series as fast as possible.
A little tough to be using the Vise ult into a chamber. Maybe the most perfect counter. There's that ridiculous shot again from Starbound. Just full intuition, spamming there with the op, and gets rewarded.
Yeah, I guess. I guess.
What were you going to chalk it up to?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Eyes on the
Starbound
future,
is
eyes on the
12 and
future,
1.
eyes on the future, Doug. As that the billboard would say.
I mean, Ghost needs to forget the past if that's what they're going to try to do here. I just don't know how you solve this.
Good night.
Vanitas
I
is
did
not
like
on-
that idea. I think that they have not had market control once this game. Unfortunately, they're not gonna, because top 10's here's Astralis to get the next kill.
And they tried this split a couple of rounds, maybe even in the last round, if I remember correctly. They've tried splitting in through market onto B, and it's just been slamming their heads into a brick wall.
Grab
And
the
so
spike
what's the
with the
play
omen
here? Yeah. Femboy has ult. And Starbound has 2 flags with op in hand. That's not really a consideration. Can Ghost finally get on the board? Down in numbers. No real utility to speak of either. But they're going to try to hunker down and consider every angle possible. Kills get traded. That's 2. Power Pixel left in a 1v1. As the spike continues to tick away. Guitarist looking for the right angle. And Tuck patiently waiting now. Position given away, and the 1v1 goes the way of WADA. When it rains, it pours.
The best chance they've had all map. And they lose it in a one-on-one to a bit of a whiff there with the Guardian. That is some brutal stuff. Again, I did like the idea when they've gone for these B plays in the past. They've gone a lot heavier through main. This time, actually having support behind that Neon, trying to beat the timing on the door. But Starbound is just holding right there. Paranoia was a little too late to actually affect that player. And when it comes to these late rounds, when it comes to individualism, WADA, they're better there as well. Second timeout of the half now for Ghost. Down 10-0 at this point.
And
You got a silver lining for me?
Now, I had one a couple of rounds ago, but I don't even think I could find one here. It's just really tough. And let me add a little more doom and gloom to the situation, because that's just kind of me, I guess. This is Ghost's map pick. This is their strength. This is where they were presumably, right? We assume most drilled, had the best default plans, had the best conditioning plans, had the best like execs and traps, and none of those have come to fruition. And so I look at the rest of this map and I go, well, okay, this is kind of chalked. Maybe Ascent will tell a different story, but it's hard for me to hang my hat on that.
Yeah, they came in saying that the plan was to make Starbound's life miserable. 15-2. Do you think their life is miserable right now, Doug? Would you say?
Honestly, I wish my life was that miserable when I played, right? Like if that's what misery looks like, I'll take that.
Fair play. Yeah, 15-2. Pretty good, I would say. Here we go again, though. What's Ghost up to this round? They're going to start a little bit over towards mid and push Starbound off the line. That's a good start.
Even this, okay, you can tell what the plan was. They wanted to push Chamber off the line and then fully send behind it. But Astralis was there. Femboy's there. It's another firing squad. And it's another disaster of a round for Ghost. WADA have thought through every single layer to this, Mimi.
WADA does a really good job of defending their Chamber's TP against these fast Neon plays. Almost every round when you watch where Starbound is set up, Astralis is right there with them, in a position to, as Chamber TP's back, here you see it, Astralis swings in, and because the Neon is just so fast at rotating, Femboy's almost always going to arrive at the same time as well, so you have tons of resources to beat the timing, defend that Chamber, and actually keep Starbound up and active into these rounds. Very nicely done to WADA. Last round, we're going fast towards A.
The monster was on the loose, but will miss its mark. They also have Bunnybee's ult. The Rolling Thunder will attempt to pave the way. Power Pixel in a perfect spot to place spoiler once more. The Phantom Spray. It's just that freaking good. Ariel will finally put that fire out, but it's all delaying the inevitable. It's just a temporary bit of reprieve as Miara will finally clean up Femboy. And now we're left in a 1v3 to save the half. WADA, perfect through 12.
Well, Doug, are you excited for Ascent?
Yeah, honestly. Really pumped for that one. Did I ever tell you about the time that Ghost Gaming was down 12 rounds and then they won the pistol and then they won the eco and then the bonus and then
it was a fake comeback and they lost 13-5?
Yeah, actually.
I actually don't remember that one, and it might be I'm not going to say anything. Let's just let the pistol round play out.
Okay,
Let it be its own thing. Let it exist in its own realm.
Well, the realm's looking pretty nice here for Ghost. If WADA fully commit to this, it seems like a lean towards A. That is where the majority of the stack is for Ghost.
Yeah, we have a 4 stack exactly where they're going. Wait a minute. This is a chance.
No way. This goes wrong, right?
Dude,
right?
That's just... I'm kind of aghast that they fully push pressure into A main, come back, bait out the push, and Starbound's just there to 1-deke someone with the Headhunter. And now we have a free open B site. Wrap it up, put a bow on it. Doug, this should be over.
Yeah. 1 kill traded back. Pistols can be funny things in this game. And so we'll see how the rest of this pans out. Spike was planted. Numbers tied up. Got the Paranoia and the Flash, but Astralis ahead of all of the utility will punish Ariel, and Astralis gets another. Never mind, we're done here. The very first of this main stage, I'm not going to pretend to know all the history of it, but the very first 13-0 of this main stage is WADA play a perfect map 13-0 against Ghost. I mean, what else can you really say? They played pretty heckin' good Valorant, I gotta say that.
Heckin' good. Wow, I didn't expect you to be using such strong language like that, but I would have to agree with you.
I'm a bad boy, what can I say?
Yep, on that fact. A very nicely played defense. Starbound goes insane with the chamber. Good play with the shotguns on the Neon. It was just all perfect across the board. Really could not ask for a better way to start your main stage to prove that, hey, yeah, we're definitely at least the second best team in GC, if not better. That was a statement.
Yeah, a statement for sure. We'll see if Ascent tells a different story for fans of Ghost Gaming everywhere. I certainly hope that is the case. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Well, our dear audience, blink and you miss it. WADA in 13-0 fashion steal Ghost Gaming's pick of Sunset. I'm taking a little bit longer to speak because I went so quickly. We gotta take our time. I asked our lovely production team the exact timing of that match. That was a 23-minute, 56-second match, Dan. That went by. It wasn't only like it was a quick match, 13-0. It was, the rounds were fast as well, Dan.
It was insane. I mean, WADA just really running it down on this defensive side was really impressive to see. I think it was a side of Ghost Gaming that were really struggling on this attacking side because you're playing against a double sentinel composition where not only the chamber is going to have his strip towards mid, but on top of that, you're going to have the Vice utility towards B side. And then you're constantly playing into this 4-1 setup early into the round where you can't really move without giving that information. It's either going to be the wall going up, revealing where that location of the Vice is going to be, or is going to be that trip towards mid that's going to catch you off guard. And that was constantly happening to Juna. Very unfortunate because they had some chances to kind of take advantage into the early rounds, but WADA was always one step ahead. It was so cool to see because when you're playing with this Neon, when you're playing with a Vanitas that is just running it down, you could take advantages of things like that, of a fast reaction to save the team and fast reactions as well to get that first opening. But the judge, I mean, it's just unreal what this game ended up looking like.
It was difficult too because initially, right, with the outcome of having that Gecko come through from Yara, I was expecting a little bit more. And of course, yes, top frag, that was perfect, but 0-13 is not necessarily the way that I had thought everything would have worked out. And it felt almost like, we were missing a lot in terms of the executions. It felt almost messy to where, yes, they had discussed wanting to make Starbound's life a little bit harder, but they constantly kept feeding into that mid push and allowing Starbound to actually get more than one. So it almost felt like Starbound was making their life harder in return. So it was so difficult to get by Starbound in general. And it was just honestly not the way I thought things would go, especially with Vanitas playing into that Neon. There weren't that many setups that allowed Vanitas, especially with, that double initiator setup, to fully execute onto site and be able to clear back. And there was always at least somebody on site just keeping hold as to where we needed a little bit more coming through from Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, when you're winning 13-0, there's just kind of everybody's playing well, everything is going according to plan, so it's hard to think of another kind of scenario. And you see how that Neon is kind of saving them in a lot of situations where there's an ult coming through from elbow, and you see that Neon gets 2 with the judge, or you see that kind of same play where on the attacking side they're trying to isolate where that chamber trip is going to be, and still is that Neon coming through. So you see this kind of happening all the time, but it couldn't really happen if it wasn't because of this chamber that we're seeing, right? If you don't have that one player that's kind of a little bit more passive, holding it down and constantly getting those multi-kills for Starbound, then it would not be possible. Really, really impressive. I think it was just kind of the effort of what Starbound was doing with this operator, holding it down, as you mentioned, with the trip towards mid, but also on top of that, what Fanboy was doing here with the Neon and kind of having that fast reaction, trying to set up Starbound so that you don't get taken down.
I mean, I think I took up an entire page just to write Starbound in my notebook because, we always talk about kind of like, sometimes we highlight the same folks time and time again, to borrow a caster phrase, because of the, just like how impactful they are. Starbound being on a chamber, that unconventional agent we haven't seen literally years. You think of Ye, you think of like old school Net, you think of these people from years ago who played this agent, and Starbound coming in literally only playing chamber gompers and coming in and just making the agent that literally no one plays anymore look viable.
Yeah, and this isn't abnormal for Starbound either, right? They deliver standout performances pretty consistently, even throughout their time within, Valaris, Evil Geniuses, and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily something we haven't seen. So ever since 2020, pretty much when they started the game, like, it has never felt any different. There you go. It's never really felt like Starbound was somebody that I doubted was going to be able to frag out. And honestly, even after today, just being able to see the capacity of how they could play that chamber, it just solidified in my head, like, they are the best. And technically they actually are, because within Swiss stage, they did get that #1, being the #1 player within the Swiss stage. So I guess it all just kind of speaks for itself.
Right, and you obviously can't have, chamber look good without the mechanics to back it up. So huge eyes on Starbound for the second map, because we are going to their map pick of Ascent, I believe it is. Yes, we will going to Ascent with Ghost Gaming starting on defense. Now, Dan, they say sometimes you want to just rip the Band-Aid off. And I think there's no harder, larger Band-Aid to be ripped off than a 13-0 on your map pick. So there's something to be said about the worst has happened, right? Like the worst thing that could possibly have happened to you, you lost your map pick 13-0. Now it's just kind of inhibitions gone maybe for Ghost Gaming. This is not your pick, but like at this point, we ball, right?
Yeah, I mean, you need to... I feel like when it's a loss like this, as a 13-0, when it's so one-sided, I feel like for players, they always talk about how it's a little bit easier to reset as they go into the second map. And of course, I mean, Ghost Gaming is going to be on the defense, which should be the strongest side for this map of Ascent. But, I mean, it's a map that is... I mean, don't get me wrong, it's so good for the side of WADA. Not only is Starbound going to be still playing on this chamber, but they continue to play with this double Sentinel alongside with Juna on the Vice. So you have a lot of support to play when it comes to what those double Sentinels are going to look like, and it's going to rely a lot more on Ghost Gaming being able to fully reset and have a strong defense if they want to have a chance on that map of Lotus.
I mean, Gompers, this is something that when we look at Ascent, again, like I said before, this is kind of like the tried and true classic Valorant map. But Ghost will be starting on defense. So if they want to start with a, like a strong Senti comp per se, that could give them a great start on Ascent that they'd be looking for to kind of have that buffer when they move into the second half. No?
They really need to focus on just like not feeding through mid, and I felt like that was kind of like the main perspective again of just not really understanding like what the boundaries were, and more so just really wanting to rush because they thought that maybe pressure would have been the determining factor as to getting these players off site, being able to push past all of that. But they kept site. They were very, very obedient. I feel like now is just the time to again set up your duelist for that success. Maybe utilize a bit more communication in terms of, you know what, we're gonna stun here, you're gonna push here, we're gonna clear back with you, and you're gonna watch here. Like just very minuscule things that I think would bring them over the edge and give them that, it really just takes one opening pick to be able to give yourself that lead. And I feel like that's what they need to look for, is just go back to the general basics and kind of work their way from there.
Well, to be fair, Gompers, you just asked them to calm, and they just said in their hype video before.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
In the broadcast that they have 3 no-commers on their team. Run it down. I do think, obviously, there has to be some sort of adjustment because 13-0 in your map pick, your plan did not work. Your plans did not work. And obviously, these are teams that know each other, are friendly with each other, but whether it's to go back to the drawing board or maybe this was all in the cards and this is some big mastermind thing that we don't understand, maybe that's there. But this is, you're moving into a very, very comfortable map pick for WADA. And again, like I said, you are starting defense. You could use kind of like Dan was saying, that Cloud9 double Senti comp that we're seeing. But Dan, this is, and again, Dan, I'm going to talk about that mid that Gompers was talking about. It kind of seemed like mid was their kind of pain point on Sunset. And their Ascent, we find a lot of our success in competitive with working that mid and finding and exploiting any weakness in mid, Dan.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to the defensive side, when we get to see the switch of sides, is gonna be very different. I mean, it's gonna be so strong. They have the double Sentinel, but it's not the double Sentinel that you're used to seeing, as you were mentioning for example, Cloud9, where they're playing the Cypher and the Deadlock. Instead of, you're gonna have that Vice and that Chamber, and the Chamber is gonna constantly be holding that operator, as we saw in the map of Sunset, and that's gonna allow you to hold mid. But on top of that, you're gonna have a Sleepy Area or Femboy that is instead going to be being able to hold one of the. So pretty much the whole map is on lockdown. You cannot make it across. So that's why I'm saying the best chance here on the other side for Ghost Gaming is have a really strong defense first to make sure that you have enough rounds when things go wrong, when it seems that you cannot get any space, as it happened on Sunset.
Well, folks, we have Agent Select for you, and hopefully we will see a strong defensive starting comp from Ghost Gaming. That's what we are looking for here on the desk going into Ascent. And, I mean, that looks pretty dang strong, Gompers, to me, looking at the double Senti of Deadlock and Cypher.
No, absolutely. I think here for Ghost Gaming, in terms of, okay, playing the defense first, I do like the addition of the Deadlock from Bunny B, being able to kind of just apply maybe a bit more of a hold that might just be able to keep these players back. It feels more like a plus as well, because to play attack on Ascent, you really do need to work with the momentum that you're given. So if they can stop that with this current composition of the double Sentinel hold, I think they have it going for them in terms of, let's get as many rounds as we can on the defense. And then on the the attack, let's just utilize what we can with Vanitas and maybe Ketaris and Miara working together in terms of applying that pressure towards the attacking side.
Really interesting because we have 4 completely different Sentinels on both of the sides, so that makes it for that composition to have a really good potential on the defense. Again, if you're a fan of Ghost Gaming, you want them to push us to that 3rd map, you're gonna be relying on that Deadlock and that Cypher. What they're able to do early on is a good change after the nerfs, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do here.
Well, folks, I see Doug asking in chat, Team Map 2 is better, right? There's only one way to find out, and it's to send it to him and Mimi on the call.
Thank you so much, Liz. Mimi, I have the pleasure as the play-by-play of asking you the hard-hitting questions. So explain to me how we're going to see a different look, given that Ghosts are running a double Senti comp, and given that they're starting on the defense on a map like Ascent.
Well, they're playing a double Senti comp, Doug, and they're starting on the defense of a map called Ascent. And I believe that that's how they can come back into this series. Because, Doug, I'm not sure if you know this, but this map famously defensive sided, and now defense is the side of the map that Ghost Gaming is starting on, so that's my sell to you. I hope that makes sense.
No, yeah, I very well said. Me, I'm a believer. Buy it all.
In all
right
seriousness, though, I'm gonna need Ghost Gaming to win 9 rounds this half if they're gonna win this map, because once WADA gets to defense, their comp is really brutal to deal with, especially because I think rightly so, Ghost Gaming is indexed into a pretty defensive heavy comp. I think some teams try and force this map to be all attack-sided and play like double initiator or even like triple initiator, like crazy comps, and try and like win on the attack side. I don't think that's the way to play Ascent. I think you have to lean into having a very strong defense side. Both teams have done that. So that means if Ghost does not come out with a great defensive half here, I think they lose the map and lose the series and go to the lower bracket. And that all has to start right here on the pistol. They didn't win one last map. This is their chance to do it now.
Well,
they also didn't win a round.
Right. You know what? I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. That's
but in
on me.
doing so, they also didn't win a pistol round. Both are technically true.
WADA on the pistol, on the attacking side, sniffing the A waters. You can keep a close eye on how they stack this double Senti utility here. Bunny B is going to be first here. The paranoia is already drawn out, and first blood. A great start for Ghost.
Yeah, and they even re-secure this space, popping down that deadlock wall. It's very nicely done, and deal with the lurk in mid as well. Big kill for Miara.
Over there. Yeah, surprisingly so. I'm a bit taken back that Juno was willing to explore that far in the position that they did, but either way, they turn all attention towards B, try to get past that pesky door. A bit delayed, some damage dealt on the way out from Charles. A little bit more to be found as Bunny B gets cleaned up. Ariel and Miara both weak. Astralis in a position to get a really nice multi-kill together.
Cover going out.
If Astralis can be patient, the smoke will buy a little bit of cover and buy some time. The paranoia connecting. You can hear footsteps as they try to preserve life, try to stay away. Vanitas overwhelmed and dealt with. And now all of a sudden the numbers are equalized. Qatar's trying to do their best to try to equalize this back. It's all going to be on Starbound now. Starbound, Chamber, who was automatic in the first map, already found a little bit of value. Fully healthy, full light armor in a position like this as well. In the 1v3, it's a Red Bull clutch for Starbound.
Oh, that's just ridiculous. Starbound wins it out completely alone. And Ghost Gaming, they were in a winning position. Get the opening pick on the fight towards streak. Get a second pick on the lurker mid. But then they fumble in the 5v3. Look at that. Bunny B swings ahead. The other two players with them dies. And then on the retake, I actually thought they played this okay. Jump peeking in, but the timing's just a little bit off. And any opportunity given, Starbound is going to take there with the headhunter, the armor, and everything working in their favor.
We talked about how on Sunset, it felt like they had a couple of really close moments, just kind of got away from them. Mimi, that's one that kind of sticks with you. That's one that kind of lives rent-free in your head.
Yes, it is. And that's after getting 13-0.
Yeah.
Oof, is all I have to say, really. And you're on defense, too, so you can't even do like a G2 full spawn and try and get right back in.
Right.
Instead, you're put in a position where you're basically just sitting and guaranteeing going down 0-2 to start this game. Getting all the damage on the spam there too is crazy.
Yeah, and let's start keeping a close eye on how the ults start to stack, because I think for WADA, you know, we were talking about how their defensive side will be really strong, and how, to be honest with you, Ghosts don't have the utility to push Starbound off of these chamber lines, which was the massive part of the game plan on Sunset. How are we on ults? Femboy is already halfway to having that ult online. Starbound 2 off of their ult. I mean, maybe not the most impactful, but this rise will continue to grow for WADA.
The biggest issue for Ghost Gaming as well is that this is not a comp where, if you're talking about all the economy, they don't really have a lot of fighting tools. You're never really going to see them taking A main or B main in most of these rounds. Any aggression is basically going to be limited to the Yoru walking up somewhere off of maybe a Sova Dart, something like that. But for the most part, they want to be playing behind the utility. And that's how we've seen WADA do a good job of playing these slower mid rounds. Both rounds to start, they worked into Tree Room, broke the util there. I expect that to continue. That's really the name of the game now on Ascent. Can you play slow? Can you get a lurk embedded? And as you see that Shock Dart do in mid there, can you break the opponent's Sentinel utility?
I love that, because for as aggressive and as in your face as that first map was, really nice flash to avoid disaster there. As they turn their attention back towards A. They're playing, WADA are playing the map really well. How often do you see teams miss little things like clearing mid trips and, you know, things of that nature? So very well done from them so far. They could drop the wall to dissuade a bit of that push towards A.
Yeah, even seeing in Tree Room there as well, sending the Yoru in to bait out that utility, then TPing out instantly. Now they're going to head back towards B, but Ghost Gaming put down a really well-timed deadlock wall. They're going to be able to lean super heavy back towards the B side of the map, but they don't actually have anyone on site. And their Cypher player, super isolated here. Aerial needs a kill.
A lot of pressure. There's a little bit of help on the other side of smoke. Starbound will clean up both. Starbound continues to frag. Seemingly incapable of doing wrong. But Astralis and Juna now down in numbers. Vanitas is going to try to play around the flash and try to stay alive. Spike well out of reach. Shout out to the observers, the goats that they are. That's how you know Freeze is not working. Vanitas gets it down, gets all 4, and gets Ghost around.
You have to take the opportunity of Vanitas' 4K, the dog on DJ, when he's not here or working this show whatsoever. But okay. Respect to Vanitas, though. Starbound got 2 key kills on that lurk up mid, but Ghost Gaming do a better job of team fighting back in. Vanitas goes big in a really isolated position there, and they actually managed to win out on their opponent's bonus round bye. So it's a good start, but WADA, they're going to have the chamber op online this round.
You want to play?
They're going to go back to the same old idea of working space in mid, breaking util, and that timing is just dreadful for Vanitas.
Yeah. The hero from the previous round finally breaking the dam for Ghost, and then instantly falling like that at the very beginning is just tough. Femboys playing through their Yoru utility so beautifully well.
One enemy remaining.
Just continuing to push. Miara left her 1v5 meeting.
And look at where the X's are on the map. Tucked in the corner, close on catwalk, a player swinging into mid. There's a double Sentinel comp. You can't be giving away this many picks this early. I understand the play into catwalk there is off of losing that player in mid, losing your Yoru, and Yoru's really the only one who has that kind of agency to be able to go for those swings, but still, if you're losing all of your players to swings in the mid round, if you're going down 5v4 and then taking risks like that, you are going to lose this half, because it's just not the advantage of your composition. You have to be playing behind this utility. You have to lean into those strengths, and that is a real tough round to lose now. Complete reset on the econ for Ghost.
Just one investment in for Vanitas, who's one off of their ult. Aerial one off their ult as well. You mentioned how that isn't really part of the game plan. We'll see
Doug,
if they can convert that into anything.
There's already infinite improvement in map one.
You
no
know
one
what?
can take that away from us.
You should write Hallmark cards. The motivational speaker
I
in you is
always look
coming
at
out.
the positives in life.
Yeah. Wow. If this casting thing doesn't work out, I think you've got
Jump
a
at
promising
Hallmark?
career. Yeah.
Dude, I was looking at Hallmark cards when it was Ender's birthday the other year. Let me tell you, there's some crazy ones out there. Maybe not one for Femboy, but they've done well in this round to farm up some eco frags.
I don't know
like
that there's a Hallmark
really
card for
niche
Ghost,
ones.
Mimi.
I like the really niche ones, like niece's second birthday or something like that. This is your reminder. If you have a friend's birthday or something like that, get them a niece's second birthday card. They'll appreciate it.
Or
Anyways.
if you have a niece whose second birthday's coming up, also a
No,
great
that
time
just
to
wouldn't
buy a
be
niece's
fitting.
second birthday card.
No, that just wouldn't be fitting, in my opinion. I think you maybe I would say that would be a cherished 75th birthday for your father type of card situation.
I've always thought
DM
you
me
and
if
the
you need
kids.
advice on cards.
Double op setup here. Vanitas trying to bring the fight back into Starbound. They're going to get, a pretty aggressive line here on B main, which is nicely done. They've got to find a way to convert this into something, though. So what? Do they just deposit Vanitas and then play the rest of the map?
Should do. Get them set up. The players on site can back away a little more. But Throne's going to instantly push Vanitas off the line, and now we're kind of back to square one. Clone clears through the tree room, and yet again, I just have to laud WADA for doing a great job of cutting down this utility, playing the map, and getting a full picture before they commit to anything.
I'll handle this.
Again, something that, experienced teams miss, amateur teams miss, oftentimes, for as much as people say Ascent is figured out, and Classic and Vanilla, it's the little things that often go wrong, and they've done that exceptionally well so far. Now, trying to accelerate out towards A. Juna trying to keep back the aggression and the flood. So far, we'll do so enough to get the spike down. Now the attempt for the retake will come through for the defense. Paranoia has already been invested. The door will keep them at bay, and I love Juna's positioning here. Not really interested in taking the cat fight. Just going to go all the way back to main. Regroup with the defense. It's a 5v5. The spike has been taken away for a little while. Now the cone cleared out. Power Pixel on the flash. The magazine runs dry. As Ghosts are able to get two. More to be found, and so far, so good. Starbound left in a 1v3. Did it before? Not this time. Ghosts get their second.
Very nicely done. It's showing the kind of strengths of the Yoru on that retake, both working through on the ultimate to full clear sight, get all that information, but also the way that the util use came through on the retake. I think playing Yoru on Ascent in this current meta might be one of the more difficult individual roles you can be, because not only are you expected to be the player going for the aggressive plays, but you're also basically the KO in what would have been the old meta comp. If you look at that round, you have Vanitas having to fight into B main, then reset, then on that retake, ulting for all of the info, calling that for their team, and then having to use every one of those flashes in conjunction with the Sova. It all got played through very nicely.
Op still in play. Vanitas will not find the mark. As Femboy punishes again, we've seen that fight go Femboy's way a couple of times in almost that exact spot, Astralis. You sneaky little devil.
Don't get greedy.
Okay. That's all right. Warning shots. That's all that was. Starbound gets another. The Hunter's Fury in play. The Starbound's dropped. Juno will fall as well.
What an ult.
Yeah, rare sight.
Picks up two in completely different locations. Now this evens 3-on-3. Reclear into mid. That gives some solid info for Miara, especially considering that walk-up B main. They know this is going to be an A hit. They'll rotate at least one player in, but still a lot comes down to this Omen in Hell and how much she can do.
46 HP outnumbered and outgunned, spammed. As Femboy just saw through the walls. Guitars had nowhere to go. And so now Bunny Bee, who had taken all of that B main aggression or garage space, is going to be late rotating in. As Miara is going to try to do a bit of the same from heaven. Femboy tucked down in Hell. The flank covered by Power Pixel, and they've got the Hunter's Fury too. Mimi, this round is secured.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know how they can get back in. Femboy's just being left on an island. Gonna get the rest of the kills in this round, and they're not even gonna need the Hunter's Fury. This one is wrapped up. Miara in heaven will try desperately to get something on the way out, and we'll at least get that reward, but what really matters, that's already done. Fake on the gun, a swing out, and it's just insult to injury here for Ghost. As WADA now claim 5 rounds on this attacking side. They're running away with it again.
Yeah, and this is what some of my concern was too, because first, as promising as things looked, we knew, obviously, especially after what we saw in the last map, we know what WADA are capable of, and so if they're able to kind of get some wind behind their sails, it's really tough for Ghosts to claw their way back into it. And that seems to be what's going on here.
One enemy remaining.
I love the movement there, bonking the head, jumping out with the right-click classic. Yeah,
The
money's
tech
going to
is
be brutal
crazy.
for Ghosts. They don't have anything here. They're calling their first time out of this map. Thus far, They have won 2 rounds in the last 20.
Okay. Let's not pile it
Been a
on
little
here.
tough.
Let's not pile it on here.
That's
It
just
is a
math.
good-
That's not piling on.
It
the rounds
is.
are what has piled on, not me. I just work here.
The production team is telling me that it is indeed Aiko's timeout, which is probably no surprise given how the map has gone. And Mimi, I hate to ask this of you again, but Vanitas isn't winning any of these fights in the across the middle of the map. The op investments have not paid off. I mean, maybe you've had some advantage on taking away some of the extremity space. Is that what they have to double down into here?
Stop swinging mid.
Stop swinging
That's
mid.
my-
Yep.
That's my
Yep.
first
Step
thought
one.
going into
Yep.
this timeout. We've lost a lot of those mid fights. Generally, I think they're okay, but hasn't been going that way thus far. I would love to see Ghost maybe try and set up some kind of trap play. Pretty much every round, WADA has tended to go into tree control in the mid round, at least sending the Yoru in there. I think showing some kind of idea with like a Yoru, Silver Dart, or even just like the net to get back in there could be good. If not, like a late push into mid, but instead they're just going off the rip and down goes Vanitas again.
They had a plan. Oh, gosh. Oh.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, it is. And it was, it was a cool idea. They were trying to do a tiles crunch, but they tried doing it on an eco. Starbounds. Starbounds has enough time to like pick their targets. Why did I get to 6? Again, it was an attempt to tiles crunch, but to do it on an eco is interesting.
Doug, how much does a headhunter bullet cost again? Is it 100 or 150 creds?
Isn't that your job to know? That's your job
that's
to know.
That's what you think. I've
I'm
been
the-
sent by corporate to test you on.
I'm the shouty guy. That's not. Okay, actually, no. I'm not gonna pick it back. Never mind. It doesn't matter. The point is, why did
It's 100.
Yeah.
I'm
Why
just
did I
saying that's the most
continue?
expensive last kill possible. I think that cost 700 credits. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. That doesn't matter in the
Really?
grand scheme of things.
I
think that's just
that's where you're choosing to press.
Yeah, that was the most important color point I could pull from that round. Yeah, I don't think it was a bad idea to go for that split play. Doesn't work out. Now there's guns, and Ghosts do play more passive, just an offline posted in B, but it's the same idea for WADA. Slow take space, destroy a lot of this utility, and maybe even get Junop in a position to pick the mid player.
They have to expect this. Okay, Miara is able to punish. The trip got cleared. Juna had been up there a couple of times already. There were even reinforcements here. Now they're going to invest in Earl Theft to give some positioning away. So Ghosts, they're actually in a pretty good spot in this round. If they can't find a punish here in tree, they've got a serious problem. Kills traded right back. 4v2 Astralis and Harper Cells still remaining, still trying to make something of this mess. Astralis, surely not. That will be the round. Let's get to 3.
Yeah, very nicely done there. I like putting the op on a more passive line. Instead of fighting into mid, they're actually playing the Yoru in front of this utility. Pretty much every round, a WADA player has been lurking into B main, for the most part uncontested. In this round, they actually managed to punish that, show a nice team fight back in towards the tree room as well, and win out their 3rd round of the half. Okay, we're working with something now, but it's basically a question of momentum here. They're going to show a similar setup, just switching around the Sentinel utility a little bit, but showing a passive line on B. I need to see another opening pick from Vanitas here with the op.
You get what you asked for. Femboy cleaned up. And is this going to cause another pause to the round? The smoke's starting to come through towards B. You've got 2 players, the Sentinels side by side, shoulder to shoulder, trying to anchor the site. Oh, I lied to you, actually. The other Sentinels rotating through. Either way, there are 2 players backside as they're trying to keep the site on their own. The Paranoia will try to connect. A little bit off the mark, and as the smoke goes down, the kills go up. Ariel finds 1, make that 2. All 3. Ghosts get another round.
No, that round is so brutal. They use their Visol and then scale too slowly. The backside anchors get their guns back in time, and then the team play is just not up to snuff there. People swinging slightly discongruent, and that gets punished every day of the week by Ariel. Very nice shots from her. And you know what? It's pretty rare that I've been watching around from WADA where I felt like it went very wrong for them. So credit to Ghosts, building some momentum now, get that backside control, and win on out. Now an all-puck for both sides is, WADA wants to try and end this half strong. Vanitas, another chance with the op here, Doug.
Oh no. Just off the mark. Wide left. But it got traded back. And so Ghost still have a chance to salvage this. Remember, it looked like they were done. We were talking about the potential of another 13-3, 13-4. But Ghost are still in a spot to make this half competitive. You said they needed 9. They're not going to get 9.
Yeah.
But given how the
6.
first map went, I'd take 6 in a position like this any day of the week.
They need to win this 4v4, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of threat. There's a lot of pressure towards B. And the pressure seems to be alleviated. The TP all the way back. Side, and now WADA have a decision they have to make. Do they double down towards B? Or do they rotate A? Given that they heard the Omen TP go off.
Good call. They full freeze, try and see if they can get a pick and spawn. No one's going to give it to them. Instead, I think the idea is to walk back into A. Despite Bunny B being
30
back
seconds
towards
left.
main. They're still sonic sensors, which means they only have to worry about the push from A Heaven. A very strong position to get one and get back in here. Even just getting the info is big.
Timing here is really big too. Note, there are no smokes, so there's nothing to obfuscate the view from A main. 13 seconds left. The drops come through. Guess haven't heard now. Starting to commit to getting the spike down. Bunny B in a really nice spot. Has to win this 1v1, and PowerPixel on top. Now it's going to be a mad dash from B to get back A.
Katara still has the paranoia and double smokes available. But what's going to be an issue is Starbound having that TP gate towards Hell, can play a wide angle, get out, then double up with PowerPixel. It's the champs attending duo Doug trying to close out this round together.
What can Aaron Kataris do? They have the utility. You mentioned that the paranoia will connect. The op is so tough in a position like this, but don't forget it's Chamber on the other side. Starbound in a 1v1, and Aerial saves the round for Ghost.
And I think just barely gets the defuse. It's going to be real close, but has it by 0.5 seconds. Nice retake there from Ghost.
Last round
PowerPixel and Starbound, I think, played that pretty well, but unfortunately for Starbound, decides to switch to the Classic there. I think they thought that the player was lower and doesn't quite get the kill with the dink on the Classic. Still, Ghost Gaming actually stringing together rounds here. 3 in a row now won, even if it is just by a hair.
And again, a 6-6 half, given what we saw in Sunset, given what we saw at the beginning of this map, it's a miracle.
Oh, I didn't even think about I hadn't tested that with the Ascent changes, but you do get some interesting options of like angular trips on that wall. You could always do that one that she's actually thrown, but I think there is options to do like weird angled ones as well. Something to test out later.
The wall will provide a little bit of trouble. But again, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. They do such a good job of playing the map. They clear the mid trips, they clear the wall, they leave all options open, and they force Ghost to do things like put Miara in the position that she's in now, where you have to play back and spawn.
Who's next?
But they do have a player posted B main. The op will keep space there, so I don't think they're going to fall for this Yoru ultimate coming through, because they only see this one Yoru. They still have their Yoru in main. They've realized now that it's a fake, and the players are ready to hold on A.
They don't know is where the TP ended up, and so obviously we know that Femboy's all the way back into attacking spawn, and so the rotation's heading back towards A. Should be enough to keep them back for now. Spams through the smoke. Bunny B and Miara. The hold on A is so good.
The macro there is a lot better than these early rounds for Ghost.
Yep.
Yoru posted in main. Great play off the utility. They know where this last player is. No way Femboy can win this with the time allotted. The ults will just get piled on. The team kills as well, but it matters not in the end. 6-6. It's not a dominant half, but it's a one that leaves a bit of hope alive, and it's a hell of a lot better than being down 12-0.
Yeah. 600%. So far.
30 seconds left.
Still a little bit more work to be done. But you're right. I mean, there's something to hang your hat on here.
Better than 13. You can't do a percentage of increase from 0.
It was 0 to 1.
Is that
100% better? Yeah.
100% better.
Yeah.
I thought you couldn't multiply 0. Like, isn't that like... Wait. I didn't go to college, Doug. I dropped out to do this.
Right, locking back in. Pistol for Ghost. Desperately needed. Aerial has been a bright spot for this team to close out the half.
That's very smart, Doug.
Yeah, yes, yeah. You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right.
Here we go, though.
A lot of attention towards B. Some of the utilities starting to get cleared out. They might over-push this. Bunny B gets cleaned up, but Vanitas and Miara there to counter back. And that's all the defense on the site. It's one of those
It's going to be a full retake here.
Yeah, I mean, it'll have to be.
Spike planted. Just a flash on Fanboy, one on Astralis as well. So you have some tools, but this is basically going to rely on Ghost making a mistake. They have a Crossfire on site. They have Aerial as a late player coming through the smoke as well.
Starbound with 4 Headhunter bullets. Couple of crispy shots, and you got a chance at it, but Starbound's actually the first to fall. Femboy trying to counter this back, though. I mean, 27 HP in aggregate. WADA left with scraps. Astralis falls. Miara turns 3 on the round. Ghosts have the lead.
First Fist round they've won thus far in the series. And it's a simple round, just a straight up hit into the B site there. But I think what shines through is some nice protocols in the way they play the post plant. Having Vanitas with the flash ready to go off that wall, then full fighting, not on the site, but deeper off of that utility combined with their player in main. That's what wins them the round, and WADA, despite getting that plant down, doesn't feel like it's worth forcing into this round. I think that's a good decision for Ghost. Just going to be about closing this one out cleanly and starting to build into this attack half.
Eagle-eyed. Nice shot out from Aerial. Yeah. Great. Starbound down. You mentioned that they didn't have really any investment. There's a frenzy for Femboy and a share for PowerPixel.
Too easy.
But a little bit behind this. PowerPixel's able to get 1. But yeah, I think you said it best earlier, Mimi. This all does just kind of come down to what the rest of the half will look like.
For all those wondering, like you, Doug, I did double check.
I knew you were Googling it.
I did double check. Did you notice? Because in that last round, the round started and you were tossing to me and I didn't pick up very quickly. It was because I was Googling it. And I was right, by the way. You can't take a percentage. Any percent of 0 is 0. 1% of 0 is 0. 600% of 0 is 0. And you made me feel like I was dumb for thinking that was the case, but I was right.
Mimi, if it is 100% increase. Like they won 0 rounds and then they won a round. It's 100% increase. It's 100% improvement.
It's just not true. It's infinite improvement.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do the intelligent thing here, and we're gonna let Twitch chat decide.
Okay, they're really smart, so I hope they side with me. Oh my God!
We need to see that on the replay, and here we go. WADA back with guns.
Yeah, this is WADA, by the way. Just gonna shoot everyone in the head, Doug. Swing into main, swing into mid, and get a kill every which way. Felt like some momentum was building for Ghost. It is just their bonus round, but still, they are getting dismissed in this one.
Yeah. And this is important confidence for WADA. It's important for ultimate stacks. It's important for economy. If they're able to carry over as much as possible. Yeah, they're going to have to rebuy armor for Femboy and Juna. You know, PowerPixel will have an interesting decision to make there, but the money matters here, Mimi.
As indeed.
Last player standing.
But they're not going to get any damage. PowerPixel on the fadeaway with the Odin. It is a flawless round for WADA. And now we get to probably the most important round of this half.
Yeah.
What I'm looking to see from Ghost is doing what WADA was doing on their attack. Take things slow, control space in main, break utility. Those are your biggest priorities. And on top of that, try and get ultimates online. With a comp like this where you don't actually have a ton of utility, you have to play a good macro. And your biggest way to snowball rounds is getting these power ults online. You're looking at that, your ult for Vanitas, Bunny B's ultimate as well. Those two things can be round winners if you can get them online. And no surprises, they're going to start this one nice and slow. Try and see if more aggression is coming like we saw in that last round.
Right here.
Got a sound sensor to confirm that there's nobody pushing in from A main. Pretty good defensive start. I want to go back to what you were saying, Mimi, because you talked about how they needed to play the macro of the map really well. They need to be clearing mid utility, things of that nature. None of that is happening here. They're just a death ball beat. And maybe it'll work out, but if they can't brute force their way through this, it's going to be a slaughter.
They still have 50 seconds, time enough to cancel and go somewhere else, but they have no map control here.
Exactly.
They do have a sonic sensor holding a bit of space A main, but if they try and pivot, it's going to essentially be a mad dash back into utility, no matter how you slice it. It looks like they might want to turn this one into a split back into B. That pick could secure that call now.
30 seconds left.
The wall is still up. You still have thorns. You still have a flash.
20 seconds, Doug.
They're burning the midnight oil here.
Over there.
And
there's two players on site.
I don't know that they're going to find what they're looking for. I mean, 15 seconds left. They're just now starting to get past this. The wall's going to throw everything into disarray. Fortunately for them, the spike is one of the ones that got out, but with 8 seconds left, you've got to commit to getting the spike down. The spam's not going to land. Somehow, the spike does. And so now Ghost, man, pull a miracle out of this situation. They're going to win the freaking round, too.
That's outrageous.
Unbelievable.
Femboy only has 17 health. An Odin spam starting to come through the wall now. And yeah, this ship has sailed. And honestly, I don't want to be that guy, but it is crazy that they win that round. Because they did not really play the macro all that much. They did not pull rotates off this site. They did not bait out utility. The thing I can credit them with is timing running through that Vise wall really well. No one got stuck behind that. They all got through together. That can be more difficult than you think it is. But if one thing goes different, if that spam actually connects, the Odin is slightly more to the right, then that is a round one for WADA. And that is us looking at a pretty rough position for Ghost. Instead, it's WADA having to call their first time out of the series off of that one.
This moment right here could have, should have, would have secured the round for WADA. And as you were mentioning, Mimi, if not for the spam connecting, I mean, we're having an entirely different conversation. So they will throw the brakes on this and give an opportunity for all heads to cool and hopefully prevail for WADA as they turn their attention towards a pretty crucial round if you think about it. I mean, PowerPixel's one off of ult. You've got Femboy's ult online. Do they use this exploratory? Do you have an exec where or a default where you're getting an orb for Sova and then you have the Sova ult Yoru ult combo? I mean, you've got some options.
I think you want to save it for that.
Yeah.
But it is always tough to actually take one of those main fights. I have been talking a lot about it being like difficult to go for set plays with this composition. And yeah. I think I'm talking about that in contrast to when Teo was meta, even if it was a brief reign. You do basically have similar util to what you had with Teo, right? With flash dart combos with your Sova and your Yoru now. But losing out on the tail missiles does mean it's a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit more like when it was little KO comps is WADA and eco round. Well, that means aggression. They've walked all the way into mid, nearly kill the Cypher, but Ariel locks in and gets the kill instead.
Astralis did buy a Guardian, and so maybe they can convert something out of that. Vanitas considering and now confirming, popping the ult here.
Ultimate ready.
Wine cleared out. They've got even more here. They got Miara's ult. They've got Bunnybee's ult. Maybe I'm curious to figure out how much they're willing to invest here in an eco.
I don't think they're going to have to use anything more, honestly. In a good position now in this post plant. Crossfire is set up. Dart reveals a couple towards heaven as well. Biggest goal is to just close this one cleanly. And that's not the start they would have wanted. Lose someone to the shock darts.
Miara getting a tag on the one. Juna's fancy footwork will keep them alive. He attempted the retake here. I mean, again, you still have a Guardian you can play around 68 HP, not a ton of health. Starbound will fall. That Headhunter really has gone quiet. Traded back by PowerPixel, but Kataris is flanked through tree is perfect. 3 on the round for the Omen. Ghost get to 10. And all of a sudden, we're thinking through this. I mean, if WADA aren't able to convert on this round, there's a real chance that Ghost close this map out and take us to Lotus.
There for sure is. But they have the combo now. That's how they get the kill on Aerial. Okay. Very nice shot from PowerPixel.
My ultimate is ready.
All I can say is calculated. Obviously, expected someone to be exactly there. It's all worked out in the end. Op up for Starbound. That's something that you have to look at as a key win condition when you're playing the Chamber on defense. Finally, they have it. But already, they tip the hand and show that that op is set up towards B.
I must wait a moment.
There's also something we haven't talked about a ton is how aggressively Ghost wanted to play their attack rounds on Sunset and how it's just been a far cry from that here on Ascent. I mean, here we were talking a couple of rounds ago. They didn't hit the site until like 12 seconds left. We've spent 30 seconds through this round now, and they're just now getting out towards the site as well. Just a very different pace. And once again, they're going to get segmented off by this wall. The Yoru got through. The Omen TP was there, and the Deadlock will join. But a couple of members are left on the other side of the wall. They just wait on the other side of the Omen smoke.
Here comes that old combo.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They will find a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. PowerPixel gets Kataris. Yes, Starbound finds another kill as well as Femboy TPing back into the site, trying to reestablish some of that control as pieces around them begin to crumble. Aerial and Bunny B looking to try to hang on to this round. It's all onto Aerial now. A flank again. And a 1v2. Femboy halfway through the defuse. Aerial jumping down, and Starbound lands the shot. WADA get to 8.
Well controlled there. Earn that ultimate combo and use it well. The Yoru gets full info on the site. One connection comes through. That's just an interesting idea. I think there was an Omen ult into spawn exactly where that Sova was, trying to cancel it out. I'm not sure if it manually got canceled or it actually got hit by the burst of the Sova ult, canceling it out. I think it might have been the latter that happened, but I've never seen that before. It is a cool idea. However, doesn't work out here. Instead, it's just a simple retake for WADA. And now Ghost Gaming, gonna try their luck at what looks to me like a faster play. We saw a lot of these on map 1. Gonna be better here as they all set up over towards B together.
PowerPixel has been caught, but is there a punish? I mean, the Paranoia is invested too. You dump 2 really big parts of utility, and for what? Vanitas gets behind enemy lines, finds an opening, and it's, I mean, a kill claimed, but a life lost in exchange. Now all of the defense is here. It's all on the Bunny B. WADA flirting with 9.
Just kill them, please. Oh, it's stressing me out. How many can they get? That's 2. No! Oh, doesn't turn in time. Oh my god.
Just when you think. Just when you think. That's when it doesn't pan out.
Yeah. That's brutal. WADA though hold things down on B pretty well there. I actually liked the idea on the exec there. They got 2 tags with that grav net and then send the Yoru TP close in boathouse to scale off of it. But I don't think the Yoru player realized that there was a second player on site, which ended up being PowerPixel. PowerPixel then gets the kill, and everyone else was full cut off. And it reminds me a little of map 1, in that we're seeing these full commit plays where only the duelist is getting out onto the site, and everyone else is stuck, stalled out behind this utility. And it comes down to, can you get all of the kills alone if you're Vanitas? And, well, no matter how good she is, it's pretty tough to win in those positions.
Yep.
Cage triggered.
Make a really good point there. Now, I mean, they've gotten this far. They still have a lead, and the attack has had a couple of interesting things to think through. Vanitas not feeling the confidence to disrespect this one way, and well, for good reason. Sembo's waiting on the other side. We have started an argument in the chat
About the percentage thing?
Yeah, we did.
But there's a right answer and a wrong answer.
I mean, Twitch chat's argument. I'm clearly stating that an argument has started.
Throwing nets.
Okay, Bunny B.
Yeah.
Time to jump. Spike down A.
Only
Nice
there'd been
one
a
is all it
second to
was.
follow that one
Seconds
out.
left.
And so now Kataris and Miara kind of spinning their wheels here outside of A main. Will try to push their way through. Spike still not scooped up. That is the prize possession. That's the one you need if you want to secure the round. And Miara's wall's closing in. We're tied back up. WADA not done with this map yet.
It's funny, I actually think Starbound has been missing a lot of opening shots thus far this map, which sounds stupid because they had 16 kills on map 1 and have 20 kills here. But that round misses the opening op shot. Actually, I don't feel like they've been that dominant in like the opening kills department, just off like the eye test. I think either in the first map was getting pushed off the line a lot, in this map hasn't been finding those opportunities. But where Starbound has been killing it has been on these second setups with that second kind of timing on the TP gate, getting a deeper line with the Operd, and then just getting headhunter kills on the retake, making up for it every damn time. Ghost Gaming are going to call a pivotal timeout here. It's 10-10. They were down and out map 1. It looked like they might have been in this map as well. But now they have a tie game. But it has been slipping away from them. 3 in a row lost. No big ultimates online to speak of. A round that they just have to win honestly on the attack side to maintain control.
Do you remember how many kills Starbound had at half? It was still strong. But I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you. It really feels like Starbound has gone cold.
I don't know. Truthfully, I don't remember. I think they were doing solid on the attack side. It's a little tougher to get that value there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, at Starbound, I think every retake that they've played on this half, or at least every late round, has been getting a kill or two. So, like, I'm saying that, but I look really dumb saying it. Even though I do think it's true, at least in these opening kills. Anyways, Ghost Gaming, big round for them. They want to stay alive in this upper bracket. They basically have to take this one. Lose here, money is completely reset. And they start things slower. Want to see them putting a priority on baiting out that Vise wall once they figure out where it is. They thought it was towards B, used the clone. It doesn't catch anything. So now that tool is gone. Looks like they want to split into A, but Juna just swinging catwalk is rewarded there. I mean, that's your Vice player swinging ahead of her utility, just taking a fight, and gets rewarded for it.
Confidence wins you rounds, and in this case, confidence might just win you this series. Starbound off of the flash. Attempt at a timing shot. Femboy goes all the way to the site. Benitez is the one that gets cleaned up. But the kills traded back, and now they've gotten a little bit of room to work with. Ghosts have at least enough to get the spike down, but a 2v4.
Last player standing.
Yeah, it just went from hard. It just got significantly more difficult. Mimi, you mentioned at the beginning of the round how this one feels like it's a must-win for them if they want to have a shot at staying up in this upper bracket. That picture just got a lot more grim.
Yeah, they're really broke now. They try and make something of that round, feigning pressure into B, throwing the Yoru clone there, but where it all falls apart is just that swing on catwalk.
I have money.
The fact that the Vice player fights into mid, gets an opener, and then is back into the site, helping out with the other two players, Starbound and Femboy, who I have to laud in how well they've played off each other all series. I think Femboy has done a really good job of, when Starbound TP's off a line and attention is drawn, picking that timing to flash into these sites and go into these flood retakes and play together. It has been on point. Now a desperation round goes to the hero gun, a heavy presence towards A.
The Paranoia will buy a little bit of time connected on what, 3, maybe 4?
Territory. I have the now.
They're choosing to be stubborn, and that might just be their demise. They double down on trying to hit out onto A. Femboy and Juna hold the line.
On this retake now. Not a ton of utility for WADA, but they have ults to close this one out. Can pop that steel guard and take away these weapons and play a clean 3v2.
Do they have a shot at this? Given that they have the Vice ult that they're going to have to deal with now. Clearing out, and now back to full strength. Still outnumbered though. Kataris on the other side of the smoke, seeing teammates fall. Kataris will crumble as well. WADA will get to series point.
They tried to make something of that round. Forced up a hero weapon for Bunny B. Decided to use that kidnap as well for the
winter has come.
for that ultimate, but it slips away, and now down 12 to 10, having to rally this one all the way back to OT to even have a shot at winning. And again, it's these same things winning on out. Femboy playing the Flood has been so fearless in the way that they are diving into these sites, getting set up off their own flashes, and buying time for the rest of WADA to rotate in and win on that retake.
Can Ghost keep this series alive? Can they keep the map alive? Starbound getting pushed off the early angle. Astralis getting punished. So far, so good. This Guitarist gets another.
An ult combo now for the late round. They can re-hit something with this Yoru ult, so vault off it. Those are tools to win this round. Combos available on the other side for WADA as well. Ghosts have lost too many player-up situations like this. They need to play this one perfectly. Stay alive in this upper bracket.
It's not a huge advantage. This one can easily slip away from them.
I'll handle this.
Vanitas pops the ult. The TP back sight. There should be enough room to get the spike down. Now, we've been waiting for it. Femboy and Power Pixel, the ultimate combination. That is inevitable. Just waiting for the right time for them to pull the trigger. What's the spark? What's the catalyst here? What's the go button? The drone will get a tag on one. Darpack side as well. And instead, they're using it like this. Miara. The Hunter's Fury looking for another. Starbound falls. A 4v2. If you're WADA, are you just saving? Yeah, I think you are. Not investing anymore. Plenty of money. But carry those ults into the next. Ghost get to 11.
That one was better from Ghost. They win that duel in A main, slow the round down, and play together in the post plant. I really thought that was going to go wrong with having to use the Yoru ult the way they did, TPing out of that corner for Vanitas. But it works out, and now it's WADA in a position where they're calling this timeout. But if you look at the tools in their belt, Ghost Gaming had to use everything just to win that last round. They had to use the Yoru ult, they had to use the Sova ult to counter on out. They committed all of their abilities to taking that one home. And now it's WADA in a position to close this one out. One last chance to talk to their coach. And then it's either that or overtime.
We haven't seen anything aggressive, like a tiles crunch or anything like that from WADA. Do you dial something up like that now, given that you have Power Pixel's ult?
Honestly, I don't think you overcook. After losing like one round like that, what's been working thus far is just having Starbound or Femboy play one of these early lines, get a kill, and honestly what's been stellar has just been their Flood retakes, fighting back in as these Ghost Gaming execs have come out. I think that's been the biggest weakness for Ghost, when they're actually fighting into these sites. Not able to punish players like Femboy, like Starbound, fighting into the smokes. I think you can take risks with someone like Starbound though. You see the op posted up in mid. Maybe considering getting a bit aggressive in this round.
Revealing area.
They decide not to do anything aggressive off the other side of the barriers, waiting for the round that's brought to them. Starbound off the mark, at least at the beginning.
They do that kind of Leviathan style spam with the dart and then spam through the wall. That's to try and make it look like there's going to be a fast play like what you were talking about. Instead, it was just a bait for the op. Doesn't net a kill in mid. Instead, Ghost, it looks like they just want to turn this one into a straight up B hit, but they'll be going into a site stacked with Vice utility, with the chamber op online, and Femboy has a teleport to arrive here in a flash if needed.
TP right on cue, taken. The defense has been bolstered, the reinforcements starting to arrive, and Starbound finds their mark. Is this the moment where Ghosts crumble? Dissuaded by the wall, 40 seconds left. Again, no real knowledge of the rest of the map, and so if they are going to try to rotate, it's going to be exploratory, it's going to be dangerous.
I think their only choice is really to re-exec here, Doug. I don't see how they could win on a pivot, but if they're execing, they're still going into this op, and now they have no tools to deal with it. Just one flash on Vanitas. That's their make or break.
Shot off the mark. And they're fully committing out onto this now. Oh, Juna falls. 10 seconds left. Again, is this going to be a situation where they get the spike down at the very last second? Vanitas gets two. The Hunter's Fury popped. 4 seconds left. The spike will go down. Kataris in a position to play spoiler, waiting for the rotations to come through.
Paranoia and a dart on this retake. Tools for WADA, but they have to root Kataris out of main.
They've got to have something they cannot leave Kataris there. You're absolutely right. Aerial getting tagged by the dart. That spike has been taken for a little while. Femboy looking to first fight. Not finding the mark yet. Patience out from Ghost as they have dug their heels in, refusing to relent on any of the space. PowerPixel left in a 1v2, now down to a 1v1. Time not on their side. You get half, and then pull off the fight. You're just gonna stick it the whole way. The spam not landing. Swings out to take the fight. Is the defuse gonna hit? Unbelievable that is how that ends. The Red Bull clutch at .01. WADA 2-0 Ghost. Unreal.
Doug, I cannot tell you the last time I saw a .01 defuse. When it was down to the wire, literally make or break, a 1v1 to win the series or go to OT, and that's how they win it.
It doesn't get any more clutch than that. I mean,
1v3, Doug. I did not think there was a single world where they win that round.
I didn't either. But a little magic.
I mean, from a 13-0 to quite literally the closest a game could possibly be. A 13-11 that comes down to 10 milliseconds that make the difference.
Magic is what gets WADA across the finish line. Magic is what sends Ghost Gaming down into the lower bracket. Well fought on map 2, and it just wasn't enough at the end. I mean, we're going to see that clip. We're going to see that 1v1 there for a very, very long time. We're going to throw it to a break. The desk will break down that map. We'll get a Verizon post-match interview and everything else in between. Stay tuned.
Well, folks, if you're just joining us, you have missed it, but welcome to Valorant Verizon Game Changers. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined by Dryad and Gama Desk, and it's been a clean 2-0 day. 2 2-0s. I believe there are 2 2-0s on the Radiant GG channel, but WADA defeat Ghost Gaming 2-0. This time I believe it was a 51-minute game. Dan. So we went from 13-0 to 13-11. It literally could not get any closer, Dan.
It was a very, very different game to what we saw on that first map of Sunset with how close it was. And honestly, I went into this map thinking, yeah, WADA is going to do pretty much the same thing on this map, but there was a different story for the side of Ghost Gaming that they wanted to tell, especially as the half goes 6-6. There was a very clear understanding very early on into how they wanted to take those early fights towards mid, both for WADA and for Ghost Gaming. And for a lot of them, Ghost Gaming were finding themselves successful, but as we go into the second half, there was a very clear point where the narrative switches completely for WADA, where you see them going for these flood retakes right away. And I think Mimi highlighted it the best. Is just very good synergy between what we saw the Chamber and the Yoru doing together, right? So you see a Chamber TP and immediately a Yoru flash. So there's no point where Ghost Gaming is able to play into this site feeling like they have that side control. You see that towards the A side with the operator and the Chamber that we just mentioned, and then you also see that with the Odin, the Sova here for Power Pixel as well towards that B side. And it was happening constantly into the last few rounds. It was 4 rounds in a row, right when Ghost Gaming thought that they had the advantage into that 10-8.
Yeah, I also thought what was phenomenal too. You talk about synergy on the side of WADA. I don't know why I said it like that. WADA going into that game, but I think Ghost Gaming also had, you know, a pretty good fair share of moments where I was relieved that they had been following like the same paths. And what I mean by that, I guess, is more so when you did see some sort of execution down in the post plant, you know, when they were on their defensive side, it wasn't in vain and it wasn't alone. It was always kind of like that partnership that allowed them to get that refrag, to develop, you know, a little bit more synergy going into that, which I really did like. And I think that's partially the reason why, you know, that initial start to 4-1 ended up starting to get a little bit closer in terms of Ghost Gaming being able to push past that defensive round and pull for more rounds, which, you know, all in all, I think they got to show that last game was not us. We are obviously, you know, still trying to form the synergy that we're looking for, and they are in that development stage, I won't lie, but that doesn't mean they're out of it just yet.
And on top of that, obviously it goes without mentioning, but with this double sentinel composition that you're dealing with on the defense, it's so annoying to deal with. Not only because of that Chamber that Starbound was playing, kind of sometimes finding those openings, but on top of that, this game played a little bit different to that first map of Sunset, where you actually see Juna kind of pushing from mid, getting one pick and immediately backing up. And you see other things like Power Pixel with an Odin kind of holding all the way towards Boathouse, waiting for that push to hit, and kind of also expecting Starbound to get the opening as the time is running out for Ghost Gaming. So there's a lot of cool things that happen that allow that recovery to be successful for WADA. And I love seeing this because they are willing to change things around when it is not going according to plan. And even the way that it just ends up with that 1v3, I mean, it went perfectly. Everything that they wanted to go right into that round for that 1v3 to take place, it went right.
I mean, to be fair, and to give credit to Ghost Gaming, we were literally 0.01 away from overtime.
Yeah.
That could have been completely different. So GG to Ghost Gaming, they'll be going down to the lower bracket. But of course, we want to focus on what they are our winners. We want to highlight specifically Starbound and Femboy. We already highlighted Starbound in the beginning of this broadcast, and we tend to highlight Starbound a lot. They're fantastic. They're incredible. But, Power Pixel here with the highlight. And I believe we highlighted both of them in the beginning, talking about their international experience and just kind of with the gravitas, if you will, that they bring to the team, Dan.
Yeah, they both played really well when they had to hold on onto these sites on the map of Ascent. So you saw oftentimes what Power Pixel was doing. Obviously, we just talked about the clutch with the Sova, but on top of that, they were constantly playing towards this B side, gets that info early on, backstab, goes towards Boathouse, and you have either Juna or you have Starbound actually there to help out. And then on top of that, you have Femboy with that TP fast going for that flood retake that was so effective. And Starbound was kind of doing the same thing that we saw in that map number 1, being the one that gets that first opening, or at least being that first point of contact to get that info of how everything is working out, and also holding down that mid side that, I mean, we mentioned early on was kind of a point of concern, just you don't even have to worry about it. There's gonna be a trip there, and on top of that, Starbound is gonna be able to bounce from that A side to that B side.
It's something I want to bring up in terms of Ghost Gaming was when we had this Meet the Team video before their match. They were very clear in their their level setting that they had a plan for Starbound. Starbound, if you are just joining us or you're not aware, is known for their incredible chamber, being very oppressive and kind of using chamber to the utmost echelon that you see, as you can see the stats that we have pulled. But Gompers, it really just seemed like even if they had a plan, it didn't quite do any stoppage of Starbound, and Starbound, they just kind of ran with it and did what we know them to do.
Yeah, it was difficult because it did kind of feel like that. There was always some sort of, show-stopping play that really didn't allow them past any certain point for Ghost Gaming. But at the same time, they played the way they could have played. That was better than going 13-0, to be completely fair. And I think all in all, again, they did state before they played against this team prior, and this team had given them tips and tricks, and they not look up to them, but they are kind of like in cohesion, like a partnership with them in terms of just being able to rely on them for anything. And that sort of friendship and partnership doesn't go in vain. Obviously, I'm sure that at the end of the day, they've learned from this moment, and they're very aware of their mistakes moving forward from here.
Well, folks, for the Verizon post-match interview, I don't want to make any claims, but Juna in chat said it was an exciting interview. So I hope to make it exciting. But we do have King Fred for the Verizon post-match interview joining us, one of the coaches of WADA. King Fred, Your Majesty, congratulations. It is an honor to have you here. And I apologize for my 360p. It pressed to the King. I can't do much with my upload speed, but I appreciate you, your kindness and mercy. Well, all jokes aside, congratulations. That was a tale of two maps, to be blunt. 13-0, not your map pick, kind of some of the most dominant that we've seen your team in a main series. And then we see a different tale of an 11-13, literally 0-1 away from overtime. Talk to me about the difference in maps. What do you think happened there that we had such different score lines?
Obviously, I think we came into map 2 feeling very good after map 1, but I think a lot of credit also has to go to Ghost Gaming. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to come back after a 13-0, to come back and push us to the limits, and we were pushed to the limits. I think for us in terms, there's a lot of things we can look back on that map and say, okay, this is, there's a lot of things that didn't go our way and a lot of things that maybe we could have done better. And going into tomorrow that we need to look back on and improve on if we want to get another clean 2-0.
What are you specifically looking to improve on? What did you see?
Without giving away too much, I think communication is the biggest thing. We can be a little, what's the word? Kind of snowbally with our comms, where if we're doing well, our comms are flowing and we're doing really great, and then if a few things don't go our way, our comms can shut off and not go great. And so making sure that we're always resetting, making sure that we're always coming back to a good state, even if things aren't going our way, we're losing rounds, that we can reset and keep going.
Something I want to ask you is, we brought up the kind of friendship that you guys have with Ghost Gaming. They thanked you for, scrimming with them, giving them pointers, really helping them out. There's the kind of this friendly competition aspect of it, this sort of camaraderie and competition that we see, which is exactly what GC is about. And we love to see it. Working with them closely and scrimming with them, did that help this match? Or did you kind of approach it in a different way? How did you approach this, knowing them in a more of a kind of friendly manner?
I think it definitely impacted the match. We obviously knew each other a lot more than we wouldn't know another team in GC, for example, what their tendencies are and the way they like to play. And I think it definitely impacted our preparation, as well as definitely you could see they came in very well prepped for map 2 especially. So definitely, it's just when two teams know each other, there's always going to be that extra sense of mind games going on with what have we seen them do before, what have they seen us do before, etc. And it really just drives both teams to be better. So I'm really grateful to have them as scrim partners.
Yes, and you are the reigning GC kickoff champions, right? You're still coming into this as the team to beat, literally, right? And obviously, Shopper Belly and Gold, the reigning GC world champions, are coming in. talking about coming into this competition as GC kickoff champs, you know, beating FlyQuest Red twice, getting your revenge, and coming in here as literally the team to beat, a team that, you know, the hashtag sign WADA, right? Like a team that has the kind of like the camaraderie of community behind them. Coming in as still this free agent team, the darlings of GC right now, is how does that feel as a coach coming in with kind of all these eyes on you, but all these supportive eyes on you, and then so many people wanting to see you succeed?
I mean, for me, it's not very different. I try to treat every team the same, whether they're, you know, stomping every match or getting stomped. It's all about just like focusing on the next match and improving. And obviously it helps if you're winning matches, vibes are higher, and it's easier to keep things better. But the big thing is always just focusing on improving. And so it doesn't matter if we won kickoff. Like at the end of the day, we want to make GC champs and we want to do well there. So like we just got to keep getting better.
So it doesn't matter that you won kickoff. Repeating what you just said, it doesn't matter what you did there. You beat FlyQuest Red twice, getting your revenge.
One thing I will say, I unfortunately wasn't there for kickoff. So like for me, I'm sure the players are ecstatic about that, but for me, my goals are farther.
Okay, I understand. Do you think, what will it take for WADA to reach GC champs?
I mean, getting signed. Unfortunately, we are a free agent team, and it's really hard. Shout out to everyone taking time out of their day to scrim and practice with me and everyone else on the team. Yeah.
Why should they sign you, KingFred? Give me your pitch. Give me your pitch.
I guess we're the only ever free agent team to win a GC event. So, who else is there better?
And a nice 13-0 today, to be fair.
Nice 13-0. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your... No, you're doing great. I'm going to send you on your way so you can prep for the later stages. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Do you know how interesting it is, Dan and Gompers, to be sitting here in front of a king in 360? Do you know how, like, I feel like I'm like the worst jester of the court there ever was. I'm supposed to be sitting here and I'm, oh my god, it's embarrassing. But regardless, that is our day today. But we do have more games coming up the entire rest of your weekend. So you better stick around. You better join us because we have more games after today, the way the games have shook out, if you will. We clean 2-0s on every single side of the bracket today. But we have SRG versus YFP with a very clean win against FlyQuest, and WADA versus Aussie and Friends. I'm looking at that lower bracket, Gompers, and I'm looking at that Ghost and TV game. That's going to be very exciting for me. Or Dan, if you want to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wanted to talk first a little bit about how this upper bracket is shaping up. I know we're not going to see it right away tomorrow, but for Shopify Rebellion Gold and YFP, we actually have... the Shopify Rebellion Gold that we just mentioned was playing through challengers very early on into the year. And for YFP, they actually also have some players that played into challengers, right? We think about what Nora was doing, what Corrupt was doing. So that extra experience, I want to see how it's going to shape up into seeing who moves forward to that upper bracket final. And for the lower bracket as well, we have a lot of very interesting players to keep your eyes on. I feel like even though the matches were 2-0 all across the board, this is when we start seeing things get a little bit silly, right? It can be Catface, it can be TV. I feel like a lot of these teams that even the ones that we didn't get to see in the main broadcast have a lot of potential to go into a run and see who they have to face next.
Well, folks, I mean, if you're just joining us for the first time or for the millionth time at Game Changers, we are so happy you are here. Remember that Game Changers is a space for women and marginalized genders to compete safely and have these incredible moments like these 3-0s, these .01 fuses. This was quintessential GC, and we are so happy you're here with us. We are so happy to be watching with you and supporting our players, and that's it for us tonight. All right, so we're gonna wrap up on behalf of production, Des, the casters, and myself. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the